Hi folks, I'm back again. Going to try something a little different today. Going to be listening to some old podcasts by Mark Passio, so I'm going to sit back, shut up, and let him talk while I play.
Welcome. You are listening to What on Earth is Happening. This show will discuss the topics of human consciousness, mind control, natural law, the occult, and all issues that affect the freedom of the people of Earth. What on Earth is Happening will endeavor to shine light upon the darkness of our world and to offer empowering solutions to the problems we face as humanity approaches its critical moment of choice. And now, here is your host, Mark Passio.
Welcome. It is great to be here. You're listening to What on Earth is Happening, a new radio show on Revolution Broadcasting. I'm your host, Mark Passio, and before we get into the topic that we're going to discuss tonight, I want to make a few announcements about how the show is going to work. I want to send some thanks out to people that made this show happen, and I'll give the call-in number. Maybe we'll get to some calls a little bit later. So, this show is going to be broadcast live on Tuesday evenings at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and it's going to be 2 hours. The second hour is going to be picked up by Revolution Broadcasting and aired on Thursday evening at 8 p.m. Okay, so the show is broadcast live on Tuesdays, 2-hour show. Second hour is going to be picked up by Revolution Broadcasting on Thursday evening at 8. So tune in every Tuesday and Thursday at 8 p.m. on Revolution Broadcasting. My website, you can listen live to both hours there, is whatonearthishappening.com. That's whatonearthishappening.com. Okay, so I want to send out some thanks to some people for making this show happen. The first person I want to thank is Bob Tuskin from theylie.com. And he was really instrumental in helping me get this show on the air, and an incredible amount of thanks go out to him for all of his help in getting everything set up. I want to also thank Eric G. for introducing me to Bob and basically setting the chain of events in motion that led to me getting the show. So with that in mind, let me give you the call-in numbers, and hopefully we'll get to some callers a little bit later on this evening. The call-in number is 347-884-9417. That's 347-884-9417. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about what I do and what we're going to be talking about here tonight. I give a presentation. It's a slideshow presentation and lecture, and it's called What on Earth is Happening. And in it, I basically try to get to the root causal factors of the problems that humanity is experiencing as a species. To strike at the very root of these problems and understand enough about the nature of these problems so that we can basically go to work on solving them. Because ultimately that's what this is really all about. Many of us have recognized a lot of the problems that humanity faces, but not many of us really understand the causal nature of those problems, the absolute root core factors that are really contributing to those problems and why we see them manifesting in our shared reality. So in order to get down to how these problems work, you need enough basic information about the nature of the problem. And once you have that, then you can move on to actually implementing solutions. So that's basically what we're going to talk about here tonight. We're going to basically get to the heart, the very heart of the nature of the problems that we encounter as a species and what's really taking place around us in the world. So the first thing I want to talk about, what this entire radio show is ultimately going to be about, is what is truth. We have to get down to the fundamental core of what truth actually is and understand it enough, because truth is intricately related to the problem of why we experience suffering in our world. It's completely intermeshed with that idea. Truth, in the way that I look at it throughout my presentation and the way that it's going to be dealt with on this radio program, is essentially nothing more than that which is. That which has actually undergone the process of actually occurring in our reality. Nothing more than that. Events actually take place. They play out in our three-dimensional space-time reality. And that's what I'm calling truth. It isn't the understanding of the mind of God, so to say, or anything extremely esoteric. It's simply events occur. We can understand those events. We can come to an understanding of what is actually taking place, both within us and around us. And really, that is the core reason of why we experience suffering in the world, because we, as a whole, as a collective consciousness, have really gone off the path of truth. We are engaged in illusion. We are engaged in fantasy. We are engaged in fundamental axioms, belief systems that we take as true, but which fundamentally are not true. And when we basically stay attached to these ideas and core axioms, we suffer as a result if they're not in alignment with what actually is. So let me define what an axiom is, because this is going to be critical as we go forward and talk about concepts like this, to understanding what is really taking place. An axiom is a statement or a proposition that is regarded as already having been established. It's taken as true. It is something that is accepted. It's something that is considered self-evident to most people. Okay? Now, that could be a real problem if what that person takes as self-evident isn't actually what is. And trying to explain to a lot of people, as I'm sure most people who listen to this network understand, is once you start to take ideas to people that aren't in keeping what they already consider to be true, it's a very difficult barrier to break down between you and the other person that you're trying to explain information to. So we're going to address that. We're going to basically talk about self-knowledge in this program, because that is what we really need to get down to if we are not to be fooled, if we are not to take deception and falsehood as truth in the world. We have to understand the self and what's going on in human consciousness. So as the introduction said, a big part of what we're going to talk about on this radio program is human consciousness, how it works, what the qualities of consciousness are. We're going to talk about how consciousness manifests. We're going to talk about how it has an expression through the physiology. And we'll get into the brain in this program. We'll get into some neuroscience in this program to understand how the human brain works. That's fundamentally important to understanding what's taking place in the world. So to get back to the idea of truth, I want to read a quote by the philosopher Soren Kierkegaard. He said that really there are only two ways that people are ever fooled in the world. One is that they believe that which is not true. They accept something that has no basis in actual reality. So they accept ideas or propositions that are not true. The second way that people are fooled is that they refuse to accept that which is true and is actually taking place around them. And Kierkegaard basically said these are the only ways that people are really ever fooled in the world, that they experience manipulation. And I would take this statement even a step further, and I would say that these are really the only two reasons that humanity ever really experiences suffering. Those are the two reasons that humanity experiences suffering. They believe that which is not true, and they refuse to accept that which is true. So that could be another topic of discussion, and we could get a dialogue going about this a little bit later. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is manipulation and deception. Okay, these go to work on us on a daily basis, as many of us know, to basically pull us away from the truth and to get us to not see the truth, get us to not see what is right there in front of our eyes, in plain sight, so to speak. Adolf Hitler, the Supreme Chancellor during the Third Reich in Nazi Germany, he made a statement, and he said, make the lie big. Make it simple. Keep saying it, and eventually the people will believe it. Make the lie big. Make it simple. Keep saying it, and eventually you will get people to accept it. Now think about that. You have to make the lie big. It has to be about something that everyone thinks about, that everyone values in life. It has to be about general concepts that people accept, that people take into themselves, and then base their life upon. Hitler's minister of propaganda during the Third Reich was Paul Joseph Goebbels, and he made a statement that is actually even more sinister than Hitler's. He said, the bigger the lie, the more it will be believed. The bigger deceivers make the lie, the more people are likely to accept it into their fundamental makeup. Imagine that. And this is true. And we're going to talk about some of these big lies as we move forward on this radio program. And another thing that we're basically going to do is we really want to understand, again, self-knowledge. That's going to be the way out of the mess that we're in. Once we recognize the problems, the solution really lies in understanding who we really are. Who we really are. And the only way you can do that is if you have enough knowledge of yourself, how your own consciousness works, and how to bring that consciousness to a place of balance. So I want to read another quote by, this is an inscription that is written on the Oracle of Delphi in Greece from the Greek mystery traditions, schools of consciousnness, and people who deeply studied and reflected upon the nature of consciousness and self. Here's the quote. Heed these words, you who wish to probe the depths of nature. If you do not find within yourself that which you seek, neither will you find it outside of yourself. If you ignore the wonders of your own house, how do you expect to find other wonders? In you is hidden the treasure of treasures. Know thyself, and you will know the universe and the gods. Know thyself, and you will know the universe and the gods. Now this statement reflects a fundamental core truth about the nature of reality that we are embedded in. It says if you know the self, you will know the universe. So moving from the very small to the very large, and knowledge about one reflects knowledge about the other. This says something about the nature of our reality. It says that our reality is self-similar across scales. It is fractal in nature, okay? It is holographic in nature. Hologram is an image that you can keep breaking apart down into smaller and smaller elements. Yet within each element, you cut a hologram in half, you don't get half an image. You get a whole image at a slightly lower level of resolution. But nonetheless, the entire image is present. The universe works the same way. If you understand enough about the constituent elements of the universe, meaning the individual consciousness that comprise it, you understand about the whole of nature. So, why do people not understand this principle? Why do they not know the self? Why are we experiencing all the types of problems that we are experiencing based on the fact that people do not understand themselves, that they do not understand the nature of their own consciousness? But moreover, to go back to the fundamental things that people value or accept and how that dictates the quality of their life, if you did this as a social experiment, let's say you went to about 20 or 30 individuals and you asked them, tell me, list the 3 things that you value above everything else in life. Just list the 3 things that you think are the most critical to your life and the quality of your life. Now, I guarantee you would get an extremely diverse amount of answers. They would be all across the board. They would range from family to health to money to possessions to just religion, general concepts in life. But I would almost guarantee, I would almost be willing to bet anything on the fact that if you did this social experiment, even with many people around you, you would not get back the answer truth from many people. And this is why we're in the mess that we're in as a whole, as a people. People have lost the idea that truth is valuable, that it means something in relationship to the experience of their lives, that it dictates the quality of that which they experience in their lives. And again, these 2 things are fundamentally interwoven and cannot be separated from each other. When we are in alignment with what is, okay, we are in alignment with what is and what is true, and we speak the truth and we live according to truth. And by that I mean natural law and moral law, and we're going to talk about those things. Then the quality of our experience improves and we don't suffer. If, however, the nature of our lives varies in accordance with what is truth, then we experience suffering in proportion to the amount that we go off the path of truth. And that is how it works. It really does work like that. That is a fundamental law of nature. And many people refuse to accept that as a fundamental law of nature. You know, just like gravity is a law of nature. It doesn't matter whether you believe in it. If you step off a cliff, you're going to experience the result of what the law of gravity will do to the body, whether you believe in it or not. it's really kind of irrelevant whether you believe in a natural law, because it's in place and you're bound by it. Now, that could mean you can choose to ignore it, but you're going to suffer proportionally to the amount that you ignore that law. And this is going to lead me into another concept, and I want to bring out the difference between two forms of not knowing, because I'm going to talk a lot about natural law and how natural law works throughout this program and programs that we do into the future. We're going to delve into the nature of the problems deeply, and we're going to look into the darkness. Certainly, we're not going to ignore anything that other people consider negative. We will be talking about the core nature of the problem. But I want to address why people largely don't understand this, primarily. What is the difference between nescience and ignorance? Is there a difference between nescience and ignorance? Nescience is kind of like a formal term for ignorance or general not knowing. It means not knowing. Now, there is a difference between nescience and ignorance. Nescience is not knowing or not understanding something that you wouldn't really be reasonably expected to know or understand. Ignorance is deliberately turning aside from something that you can be reasonably expected to know or understand. Hence the word ignorance. Ignore. You are deliberately choosing not to look at that which is right in front of you, or which is easily able to be understood and taken in by you with a minimal amount of effort. And I would argue that humanity in today's world does not exist in a state of nescience, because there is a profound amount of knowledge in the world. There is an unbelievable amount of information out there on every topic imaginable. Bookstores are full. There are thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of documentaries available out there. People are lecturing constantly in all cities at all times and places. There's so much, it's almost overkill, the amount of information that is out there. And yet you still have people that just don't want to know. They don't want to look at the truth because of how ugly it has become, because of how much we have descended in consciousness and become something that really humanity probably should never have become, and does not need to stay in this state for really a moment longer. The knowledge is all around us. It's all there. It's a matter of whether we will reach out and take it. And it's also a matter of, once some of us understand the information that is out there, some of us understand the truth, how much will we be willing to fearlessly take it to others around us? How many of us would be really willing to speak the truth into existence and really bring it to other people who need to understand it, whether that may be uncomfortable for us or not? Because it kind of creates sometimes oppositional circumstances between people. And family members can come to an oppositional relationship when it comes to one person trying to bring information that another person may not necessarily be willing to look at. And that's another dynamic that I want to address as we go forward on this radio show. So the next thing I really want to do is, and for probably a good amount of the remainder of this first hour of the show, I want to bring up the concept that in my presentation and on this show, I'm going to be referring to as the biggest lie. The biggest lie, okay? There's one lie that is really bigger than any other that is ever told, and it is the most dangerous ideology that basically exists. And this is the ideology. I'm going to tell you what the name of it. There actually is a name for it. I don't give it that name in my presentation, but on the show I want to actually tell you what the name of this ideology is called, because, and we're going to get into it in depth, because this is one of the most fundamental ideologies, believe it or not, in the Western world. As difficult as that may be for some people to believe, this ideology is so prevalent and it's so insidious that you will find it out there. You have discussions with people who you would least expect to hold this general ideology. You'll find that they believe this and they're unwilling to accept anything else, no matter how much contradictory evidence is brought to their attention. And this ideology is called solipsism. Solipsism. Now, many will be hearing this word for the first time because it's not generally talked about as a philosophy or an ideology. So a lot of people don't know what it is. Okay? So I'm going to read a basic definition of what solipsism is and then get into this, because this is the biggest lie, and this is the main deception that manipulators really use, and they want people to unknowingly and unwittingly accept the philosophy of solipsism, even if it's in the back of their minds. And many people are solipsists and don't even really know it. They don't even really understand that that's the ideology that they subscribe to. And I'll give an anecdote after I get into it a little bit about some solipsists that I have met in my travels and in dealing with some people even in the truth and freedom movements. So what solipsism is it's the philosophical notion that one's own mind is really all that exists and that one's perceptions are equated to reality and truth, okay? So your perceptions are all that there is. The contents of your mind, your perceptions, that's all that exists. And if you believe that, you might as well turn this show off right now, because there's nothing that I or anyone else can really say that could dissuade you from your course. However, this is the biggest lie. There is no more dangerous ideology than the notion that there is no such thing as truth. This is the ideology that is placed out there to dissuade people from ever really going on the journey, from ever really stepping onto the spiritual path in life and the path toward truth. Because if you can convince someone that there really is no truth, that it's all relative, that it's all based on people's perceptions, no matter how erroneous or no matter how totally straying from natural law principles their perceptions may be, then you really have them where you want them to begin to manipulate their sense of reality. That's the biggest lie. What kind of ideology, before we even get into where this ideology leads, let's look at some of the tenets, the basic tenets of solipsism, okay? Solipsism basically states that there essentially is no reality. There is no actual experiences. It's all just one person's perception. In other words, if my mind ceases to exist, the universe ceases to exist. So nothing really exists to a solipsist. It's all just a fleeting thing in between the time when someone is born and the time that they die. And nothing really matters. and the second tenet is, even if something exists, it's basically saying, okay, if tenet number one is somehow miraculously disproven and we can prove that something actually exists, nothing can actually be known about it. So there's no such thing as knowledge. Knowledge doesn't exist to a solid system. Okay? There's no such thing as knowledge. Okay? So there's no truth. That's the first tenet. There's no such thing as the way things are. No truth. There's no such thing as knowledge. In other words, even if you could come to an understanding in your own mind of the way natural law works, even if you could come to an understanding of something in itself, even if you could understand that something exists, you could not really understand anything about it in fullness. And then the third tenet of solipsism is, even if something could be known about anything, okay? You take some kind of natural law, you take some kind of basic principle, you take a thing or an object or a fundamental quality of consciousness, and even if you could get to the truth about any of those things, you could understand something and actually know any information fully about it, you could never actually really communicate that to any other living being. That knowledge about anything cannot really be communicated to other beings. Now, this ideology, in my understanding, is about as close to the conception of hell as it gets. Nothing exists. Even if something were to exist, you can never really know anything about it. And even if you were to somehow come into knowledge about it, it is impossible to take that knowledge and communicate it to anyone else. And what I would say is, this is the biggest lie. This is the lie that manipulators really want propagated to other people, because that means they'll never begin the awakening process. The awakening process takes one initial leap of faith. Only one. One and only one. And that leap of faith is that you must initially believe that there is truth to be found on the journey. Otherwise, you will never set foot on that path. If you believe there is no such thing as the truth, it doesn't matter about anything else that takes place around you, because you will never actually, for yourself, look into anything. If you believe you're not capable of understanding truth, you'll never start looking into it for yourself. And if you buy the third tenet, that even if you were to understand it, you can never really truly communicate it to anyone else, you'll never really begin speaking the truth to anyone else. And that's why this is the most dangerous and insidious ideology on the face of the earth. And it's called solipsism. Remember that word, look into it. And there are more solipsists out there than you would even believe. I know that may be difficult for some people in the type of listening audience that listens here on Revolution Broadcasting and the people that come to my site, whatonearthishappening.com. However, that is the case. There are a lot of solipsists out there. And I work with a group in the Philadelphia area called Truth, Freedom, Prosperity. I attend a lot of their meetings. They're activists, and they're people who actively are truth seekers, and people who are really trying to turn the tide in the dynamic that we're experiencing right now. And even I go out to some of their meetings, and even some people that come out to hear ideas that are expressed in a group like this, I've heard the notion that there is really no such thing as truth, even in groups like that, which is a disheartening thing to hear in the truth and freedom movements. You would think, why would anybody be out at a group called Truth, Freedom, Prosperity if they believed there was no such thing as truth and it was all about individual perceptions? See, the idea that perception is reality is something that many people really want to propagate and embed in the consciousness of people. But perception is not reality. The quality of our experience is dictated by how closely aligned our perceptions come with truth. And our goal in life needs to be to bring our perceptions into harmony with truth, with that which is. Okay, so we're not constantly engaged in fantasy, so that we're not constantly ignoring that which is going on around us. And more importantly, we're not ignoring that which is going on within us, because that's really where this is all being driven from. And you're not going to hear me too much talk about the highest level of the control element that's going on. You're not going to hear me get into hatred toward those people who are really up at the highest level of the conspiratorial pyramid, because I don't hold a lot of bitterness or anger toward those people. In a lot of ways, they are united with themselves, at least. In a very sick, twisted, and dark way, they're united with themselves. See, they're beings that, as they think, so they feel, and so they act. As twisted as their actions may be, they're still in unity, at least, with themselves. And that's why they're successful at what they do. That's why they have, and have had up to this point, a largely easy time at manipulating the rest of us. Because most of us cannot make that same claim. We can't make that same claim, sadly, that as we think, so we feel, and so we act in unison. And there is no contradiction between those three modalities of our consciousness in our lives. Many of us cannot really make that statement. We take actions that we know in the knowledge that we carry and in our emotions, how we feel about it. We know and understand that essentially those actions are not what we should be doing, yet for whatever reasons or justifications, we take those actions anyway. And that's how we get off the path of truth, and that, again, is why we suffer. And we really can't bring those three aspects of ourself, our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions, into alignment unless we understand enough about ourselves and how we work. And that's why the manipulators of this world are really so successful. They understand how consciousness works. They understand how natural law works. They understand how the principles of truth work. They've decided to take that knowledge and use it as a weapon against other people that they wish to control and put under their thumb. Because if you can take so much knowledge out of general circulation and you can hide it, you can occult that knowledge. And that's all the word occult means. And we'll be talking about a lot about the occult. We'll be talking about different occult systems, different occult ideologies and beliefs, different occult groups as this show progresses over the weeks. All the word occult means is hidden. It comes from the Latin. Again, another thing I'm going to be doing a lot on this show is we'll be free-forming ideas, we'll be throwing different concepts out there, but one thing I really am going to be doing a lot is getting into the meaning of words and getting into how words control people. We are controlled through words more than any other methodology. Believe it or not, that's true. The word occult is derived from Latin, and do this as an experiment. Just play a general word association game with people. Say occult, and then tell the person, tell me the first word that comes to your mind when I say that word. And I guarantee you can do this 100 times. I guarantee you at least 90% of the time, The first word that is going to come back in a word association game with other people, if you say the word occult, you will get back the word evil. Almost guaranteed. Try it. This is what manipulators want you to think of as the occult. Okay? All it is knowledge that has been hidden. It comes from the Latin verb occultare. Occultare means to hide or to conceal. That's it. So the word occult is derived from Latin, and all it means is that which is hidden from sight. Nothing more, nothing less. There is no connotation on whether it is for good purposes or for evil purposes. And that's another distinction that we're going to make in this radio program. What is the difference between understanding and wisdom? What is the difference between knowledge and properly applied knowledge? See, to know something, and many people that are listening to this show, and many people throughout the world, have a lot of knowledge. They know a lot about what is going on. However, that's only the first step. Having knowledge can be helpful, and having knowledge can be useless. Knowledge is simply information, okay? And what matters isn't necessarily having the knowledge, accurate information about what is. That's knowledge. However, what really makes knowledge important, knowledge in itself isn't power. What you do with what you know really imbues knowledge with power. That's when it becomes actively applied knowledge. And that is done through our actions. Once you know, what are you going to do with what you know? And hopefully this program will be an inspiration for some people to really begin using the most powerful device, the most powerful agency, the most powerful force in the known universe. And that is the power of the human voice. That is the most powerful force in the universe. The voice is the greatest gift that we have ever been given, and it can serve a dual purpose. Because the manipulators of this world, they're using their voice 24/7, and they're using it for deception and manipulation and the propagation of lies, and in particular the biggest lie, that there's no truth, don't even bother going after it. After all, you can't know it. You don't have the ability to really know and understand what is going on and what is taking place around you. And more importantly, they want you to identify with the fact that you can't really know what's going on inside of yourself, in your own consciousness. So, knowledge properly applied in the world, that is what wisdom is. And that's what makes knowledge good or bad. Used for good, to elevate human consciousness, or used for evil purposes, to spread deception and to keep people ignorant and to keep people under control. So no topics are going to be considered taboo on the show. There is no such thing as negative information. This is where I come to a great divergence with some New Age schools of thought. I'm not a New Age subscriber in this regard, okay? There is no such thing as negative information. As a matter of fact, one of the worst things that I think that we can do is refuse to engage the truth, no matter how ugly it is. We refuse to look at our own shadow, at the darkness that dwells in our own individual consciousnesses and in our own hearts. then we're really not going to get very far on the journey that we're on, and we're not really going to get to the heart of the matter. We have to be willing to look into that heart of darkness and confront it, because there's really no escape from the situation. Hate to break the news to most people, but there's no escape from the situation that we've worked ourselves into as a species. There really is no escaping it. The way out of this uncomfortable situation is to go through it. Not around it, not under it, not over it, not turning your back and walking in the other direction. It doesn't work like that. The way out is to go through the problems that we've created by confronting them. And the only way to do that is to look at oneself. The answer lies in the mirror, and that's going to be the focus of what this show is really ultimately all about. This show is going to be a process of self-examination above all else. Self-examination. The more self-knowledge we have about how we work and why we fundamentally believe the things that we do and why we fundamentally behave in the ways that we do. Until we have enough information about that, you really aren't in a position to start affecting things for the better and moving it toward the solution. There does have to come knowledge first. Otherwise, we'd be running around like chickens with our heads cut off, not really knowing what's going on, not really knowing what's going on within us, most importantly. So let's further break some of these ideas down and let's get into what human consciousness really is ultimately about. We have a threefold nature to our consciousness. Maybe it would help first, let's talk about what consciousness is. Consciousness is really the solution to the problems that we face. It's the solution for not being deceived anymore. It's the solution for not being able to be externally controlled by other people anymore. Consciousness is the solution to ultimately all the problems that we face as a species. Because if we don't have consciousness, we're wandering in the dark. We are wandering in base levels of awareness. You never really know the difference between truth and falsehood if you're at a low vibrational consciousness. You know, somebody can come along with any lie or any made-up notion, and they can hold it out there as bait, and you'd be willing to bite it and buy it. You know, again, it has been said, are we really being sold the lies that we're living according to? Were we really sold them? Or did we buy them willingly? That's a question we all really need to ask ourselves. Were we so hungry for someone to take responsibility for us, for someone to think for us, for someone to solve problems for us, that we were willing to lay aside our personal responsibility and most of all our responsibility to understanding the truth? Were we willing to lay that aside and just say, okay, I'll take your solution. All you have to do is put it out there, and I accept. I'll buy it. I think the latter is certainly the case. But we really weren't sold the mess that we're in. We bought it, hook, line, and sinker. And the only way to really get out of that modality of being in the world is to raise consciousness. That's what the solution ultimately is. Every problem contains in itself the seed of its own solution. And that seed is human consciousness. Now, consciousness, how I'm going to use it, and again, not just tonight, but throughout the entire show, the definition that I'm going to use for consciousness, when I say consciousness, what I'm talking about is it's our ability to recognize patterns that are going on with respect to the events that are taking place around us. And not just around us, but also inside of us. You know, the internal patterns that take place within the body, within the mind, within our feelings. That's what consciousness is about, being able to recognize patterns and meaning. What do those patterns mean? Not just that they are there, but then why are they there? The question why has to be addressed all the time. That's what consciousness really is. It's looking at something and it's asking the question why. Why is it like this? Why is this the fundamental nature of this thing or this problem or this event? So consciousness is our ability to recognize patterns and meaning with respect to the events that are taking place both within us and around us. That's all I'm really referring to when I refer to human consciousness. And consciousness can either be raised through knowledge or it can be manipulated through knowledge. And that is what we're going to really get into when we start getting into occult methodologies for controlling consciousness. And that's, by any name that you give it, that is mind control. And that's going to be one of the central focuses of this show as we move forward. I'm going to talk about mind control and its methodologies. Because if someone doesn't understand the methodologies of mind control, they don't really have the tools to understand the ways that they may be actively being manipulated by other people who do not have their best intentions at heart. So we have to know the methodologies of mind control. And mind control works on multiple fronts. There's so many different methodologies of it. There are, and I'm largely talking about mass mind control. There's something called trauma-based mind control, which we're probably going to do a full show on. However, what I'm largely talking about is mass mind control. Mind control that goes to work on large populations of people based on programming into them the fundamental axioms or core belief systems that people fundamentally take as true and then act upon as if they are true. That's what mind control is. And we have to be aware of how it works. And again, it's a multifaceted set of techniques. That's what mind control is. It works through very, very powerfully through words. So understanding the words that we speak, understanding language is a huge part of mind control. I don't know whether anyone is familiar with something called neuro-linguistic programming, which is about word choice and speech patterns related to embedding ideas in people's consciousness so that they act in certain ways. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the use of symbolism for mind control. Symbolism is an archetypal language. It is a language that if we don't understand the building blocks of and the syntax of, then we are completely vulnerable to its manipulation at a subconscious level. So we'll be getting into symbolism a lot on this program. We'll be talking about frequency, the use of colors, and we'll be getting into the use of shapes and forms and how all of these come together in a cohesive way and are used to influence the thoughts and ultimately be used as a mechanism to subvert consciousness and control it. It really is, it's more than mind control. It's consciousness control is what the human species is basically under. It is the manipulation and control of the three forms, the three experiential forms of human consciousness, which we're going to get into in a few moments. So I want to do a couple of things. The first hour is going to be winding down soon. I want to give out again the call-in number for this program and encourage people to call in during the second hour. I basically largely laid out a lot of concepts during this first hour in a short amount of time. So let's have some callers call in on the call-in line, and let's take some calls in the second hour if we can. The number to call in is 347-884-9417. So go ahead and start calling that, and I'll take some calls during the second hour of the broadcast tonight. The number again is 347-884-9417. My website is whatonearthishappening.com, and again, this show is going to be live on Tuesday evening, 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time, and it's going to be live on revolutionbroadcasting.com for the first hour. The second hour feed will be picked up by Revolution Broadcasting, and it will be broadcast on Thursday evening from 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time. So let's wrap up the show with the first hour of the show with an explanation of the two basic ways that consciousness breaks down and manifests. And essentially, these are in an internal feminine manifestation and in an external masculine manifestation. So I'll say that one more time. Consciousness, there is essentially two seemingly opposite qualities. However, they are really not opposites. They are really unified, and they dance with each other is a good way to look at it, okay? They're actually embraced, and they form the whole, the quality of the whole of consciousness. There's an internal, an indwelling feminine manifestation, and then there is an external masculine manifestation of consciousness. Now, different spiritual systems have given these different names, okay? For example, you could look in Taoism, and in Taoism, they're called yin and yang, okay? Yin is the internal feminine. It's a passive quality. It's an intuitive quality. It is more compassionate or submissive, and it is associated with the right brain. Okay, the right brain hemisphere largely carries this energy, the yin quality. In different occult traditions, let's say in Kabbalah, you have the paths of severity and mercy. Okay, so this would be like the mercy quality in Kabbalah. Okay, it is the feminine aspect. Now you have the external male quality of consciousness, and that's in Taoism that would be called the yang quality in consciousness. This would be the more dominant or analytical, the logical side. This would be a male element, and it would be more associated with the left brain hemisphere. Okay, so we could look at this in relationship to Freemasonry, for example. You have the two pillars in Freemasonry. You have the pillar of Jachin leading to the sun, which could be considered the yang energy or the masculine quality of consciousness. The pillar of Boaz leads to the moon. That would be the feminine quality of consciousness. Okay, so we'll get into this a little bit more in hour number 2. In hour number 2, I want to take calls from listeners and discuss some of the ideas that I talked about during hour 1, particularly the concept of what truth is. I want to talk about the dangerous ideology of solipsism and get your thoughts on that. And we'll get more into the breakdown of human consciousness during the second hour of the program tonight. So I'm going to wrap up this hour. This show has been What on Earth is Happening. I'm your host, Mark Passio. Listen here every Tuesday and Thursday night at revolutionbroadcasting.com at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. My website is whatonearthishappening.com. We'll be right back for the second hour.
Freedom Man.
That's what it's all about. You've got to groove on freedom, like the good book says.
Welcome. You are listening to What on Earth is Happening. This show will discuss the topics of human consciousness, mind control, natural law, the occult, and all issues that affect the freedom of the people of Earth. What on Earth is Happening will endeavor to shine light upon the darkness of our world and to offer empowering solutions to the problems we face as humanity approaches its critical moment of choice. And now, here is your host, Mark Passio.
Okay, welcome. This is What on Earth is Happening, and I'm your host, Mark Passio. Where we left off the last show, we were talking about human consciousness, and we were talking about the ways that consciousness manifests. We were discussing the internal feminine quality of human consciousness and how that compares and contrasts with the external manifestation, the masculine manifestation of human consciousness. So, let's get right back into that. Maybe we'll take some calls later in the hour. So I was talking about yin consciousness, yin energy. This is lunar. It's associated with the moon, okay, symbolically. And it's feminine. It's a feminine energy because it is indwelling. Okay, this is an internal aspect of our consciousness, of our makeup. It's intuitive. Okay, it's a passive element. It isn't very active. It's associated with the night. Okay, and basically this quality of consciousness is directly related to our emotions. Our emotions are the internal quality of consciousness within us. The yang consciousness, the male energy, the masculine form of consciousness, it's solar. That's the symbolic way that it is depicted as the sun. It is an active quality. It's logical and analytical, and it is dominant. Okay, it is not passive or submissive. It is a more aggressive or dominant energy. And this energy is all about our actions in the world. This is all about how we make our consciousness manifest to others through our actions. You've heard the saying, you will know them by their actions. And that is certainly true. We have to strive, if we want to become more conscious, to bring these two qualities into unison and balance with each other within ourselves. So, we have to strive to become beings that, as we feel, so we take action. And that our actions aren't in contradiction or opposition with how we really feel inside. So if I feel something is wrong, is not morally correct, is not morally justifiable, and I do it anyway, for whatever reason, the reason does not matter. I'm in opposition with myself. Doesn't make a difference what the reason is. Justifications and excuses really, at the end of the day, do not hold any water. Okay? That's all they are, is justifications and excuses. If we continue to take actions that we actually believe aren't morally justified, we really should not be doing, we know that deep down inside, then we are in a state of internal opposition with ourselves, with our own consciousness. And for that very reason, that is why we're largely experiencing the negative and uncomfortable and often painful situations that we're experiencing in the world today. Because we are in a state of internal opposition with ourselves. We have to strive to make these two qualities into one within us. And there's many different methodologies for doing that. I'm going to get into eventually on this show practical grassroots solutions for affecting real change in our lives. But I want to talk about, again, briefly, the idea that there is a solution for every problem that is out there. There really is a solution. And there's a formula for problem solving. That's what we're ultimately really looking for. We're really striving to find the solution to this problem. Now, you can know all you want about the problem. You could learn more and more and more and more about the chains that you're held in. But ultimately, if you're not looking for the way out of those chains, what is the difference how much you know about the chains? Okay? It's a step. It is a first step. You do have to understand how the problems manifest. Okay? We ultimately have to strive for solutions. And the way we get down to that problem solving is by finding enough information about the ultimate nature, the core nature of the problem. And the core nature of the problem that we face is we do not ultimately know ourselves. We do not ultimately know enough about human consciousness and the way it works. And that is a manipulator's dream scenario. If you have a person or a group of people who do not really understand how they work, they don't understand how their mind works, they don't really understand how their emotional makeup works, maybe they're not a very emotionally developed person, okay? You're in a position to completely manipulate and control their behavior because you know more about their makeup and how they work than they do. And I guarantee you, think of it like this. Here's a great metaphor for this. Imagine a psychologist who has studied the human mind and the psyche more than anyone. Let's say this is one of the most advanced psychologists that has ever lived. He has done more work and delving into the human psyche than anyone else before him. Let's say he had a friend that for whatever reason, you can make up whatever reason you want, he started really despising. He had some kind of a problem with him. Maybe he became aware that the friend did something to him behind his back, and he really wanted to get back at that person, okay? How much of a number do you think a psychologist like that would be able to do with a person that he became very close to and became close with in life? How much of a number, knowing what he knows about the mind and the psyche, do you think he would be able to do on that other individual? I guarantee you he could practically make life a living hell for him. And that's ultimately what the nature of the problem that we're faced with in the world today is really all about. You could look at the manipulators of this world. You could look at the occultists, the dark occultists of this world who use their knowledge of how the natural law systems of consciousness work in this world, they use them as weapons against people who do not possess that knowledge. And that places them in a position of higher ground in warfare. You know what happens when someone gets the higher ground. You know, you can look at it like a chess game. Chess requires a lot of different elements, you know, coming together for someone to really be an excellent chess player. You have to really know the game. You have to know how the laws of the game work, right? You can't just make moves wherever you want. You have to know, you know, how the pieces move on the chessboard. This could be called natural law. Natural law is simply how the system that we're in does work. Whether we believe it, accept it, or not, there are laws that bind this place, that we are inextricably bound to and by. And if we break them, we suffer, and if we come into harmony with them, if we harmonize with them, then we don't suffer. That will be a hard, bitter pill to swallow for many people, but nonetheless, it is the case. Now, a good chess player understands that. You know, he understands how the pieces move and the moves that they're capable of making. But he has other qualities in his arsenal. He has a knowledge of the opponent. Knowledge of the opponent. A good chess player has to know who he's sitting down and playing against. He has to know whether they know as much about the game as he does. He has to know what their strategy is. More importantly, he has to know what their motivations are. He has to know what really drives them. What are they thinking? Do I understand what they're really wanting to do? Because if I do, then I can stay several steps ahead of them. He has to have a sense of timing, to know when to make certain moves, okay? And he definitely has to be able to put out whatever is necessary to get the job done. So he has to have a sense of duty, if you like, or a call to sacrifice. You might need to sacrifice certain pieces to put yourself in a position where you want to be. And I think we'll talk about different events throughout history as human sacrifices. We'll get into 9/11 as a human sacrifice event to advance an agenda forward in this game that's being played. And we'll get into that in weeks ahead. So these are the qualities that go into playing a good game of chess. That's the necessary formula. And I would suggest that the manipulators of the world have all of these qualities, and to a very great extent, most of the people that they are working against, that they are attempting to control, do not have many of these qualities in place. As a matter of fact, most people don't even know there's a game being played and haven't even shown up. So what this show is going to be a call to is trying to get more of those people to show up at the game board and hopefully work our way up to a higher position so we are not pawns in the game being played. Okay? We can't let ourselves be played in this game like pawns. See, we have to become the masters of this game. The chess master isn't on the board. The chess master isn't on the game board floor, right? When you sit down, if you're a chess master, you're not actually walking onto the board. You're sitting down in a chair, and your perspective is higher than the board. You can look down onto the board because you're at a higher level. That's what we need to become. See, sadly, most people are those pieces. Most people are those pieces. And most people are the pawns in the game and don't even know it. They don't even know that they have strings tied to them. And that where they're being told to move is a completely controlled function. And the chess master is moving them at his discretion and at his own personal will. And most people never ever see the strings that have them tied down. And they never see that they're a pawn in that game. That they're wanderers on that board, that checkered board. We'll talk about the symbolism of the checkered floor, okay? The black and white squares, right? That's the game board floor where if you're on it and that's your level of consciousness, you don't know that you're being played. And you're basically a piece that is being positioned by a master who exists at a level much higher than you. You're a wanderer. You don't really know which is those black and white squares representing light and dark. You really don't know which is which. It's all from your perspective. You can only see one or maybe two squares ahead of you, but you can't see the whole game. You can't pull back and see the whole picture. And that's what ultimately I'm trying to get people to do, is pull back, see the really bigger picture. Not even from the box that most of us bring to the table, because many of us bring boxes to the table when it comes to looking at what really is and looking at the truth. We want to, some of us may even want to look at what the truth is, but we strive to fit it into the pre-existing ways that we had of looking at reality. We try to say, well, I previously thought this, and I now have taken in this new information. How can I get it to jive with the belief system that I previously held? Okay? And a big, big part of this will be religion. Okay? This is something that there's so much evidence that this is a manipulation and form of mind control. And yet you hear many people that never want to admit to that and who don't look into the basis and the formulation of their religions and how that is also a form of mind control. So people bring different boxes to the table. The boxes are of all shapes and sizes and colors and materials, but newsflash, the truth does not fit in a box. So if you're bringing a box to the table, eventually, at some point, this show is going to make you feel uncomfortable. And I want it to do that, because the truth, again, does not fit in a box, and anybody trying to stuff it into a box is going to be sorely disappointed. So let's get back into our discussion about self-knowledge. Self-knowledge is what we need. We need consciousness, the ability to recognize patterns of information, the ability to recognize what is taking place both within us and around us in the external reality that we experience and share with others. So, consciousness at its core has a dual nature of internal feminine qualities and external masculine qualities. How this manifests in each individual unit of consciousness, let's call it, in different mystical traditions, the word monad is often used. The one that is the expression of the all. And there are many monads. Each individual has their own unique expressed consciousness, even though we're all part of the one unified ocean of consciousness that exists in the universe. But getting down to the breakdown of the monad, the individual unit of consciousness, or an individual being, there are basically three expressions. And if you sit and really think about this, you really give it some deep thought, there really are only three ways that your consciousness can express itself in the reality that we live in. Think about it. You really can only experience three different manifested forms of consciousness. The ways that you make yourself known to other people. And these are through your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions. Your thoughts, your emotions, and your actions. The thoughts can be looked at as the primary expression of consciousness. They are an emanation. Okay? They're not really male or female. They just are. They're not an internal nor an external manifestation. They are an essence. So that's a fundamental basis of consciousness. Thought activity. Look at that as our creator aspect. Okay? We have a creator aspect within us. Okay? And that is our thoughts. It has been said that the universe itself is mental. It is comprised of thought energy. Everything that we experience ultimately had to derive at some place in the past as a thought. Okay? A fork, an eating implement. Okay? Someone had to think, I want to make something to use as an eating implement and devise something that we now know as a fork. But the thought had to arise first. And this is with anything. Any action we take had to ultimately arise as a thought. Any piece of technology that we make had to arise as a thought. Any series of events that we experience had to exist first in the thoughts of the people that made that event occur. The second aspect of consciousness, as it manifests in our reality, is our emotions. Our emotions are the internal aspect of our consciousness. These are the ways that we basically express ourselves within the body, within our own bodies, within our own physical makeup. We express ourselves inside of us through how we feel. Okay? This is basically the thoughts coming into the body and then carrying an energy that is then expressed through the physiology, and we feel it in the physiology. And that's called our emotions. So that's the sacred feminine quality of our consciousness. You could look at it as the divine mother in this consciousness trinity. You have the creator aspect, and then you have the internal feminine motherly aspect. You know, our emotions are the spirit in which we do things, right? They're the spirit in which we do things. Just like in the Trinity, we call this aspect the Holy Spirit. Okay, so the thoughts, that's the root, the essence, the primary essence of consciousness, and that is the creator aspect. The emotions, the internal feminine aspect of consciousness, that's the spirit aspect. Okay, so we have the mind, and now we have the spirit. And then the third quality of consciousness, the third aspect, is our actions. What we actually do with what we know in our mind, the thought aspect, and what we carry within us in our emotional makeup, our spirit. Both of these two things then create a synthesis called our behavior, the actions that we take in the world in relation to others. And this is the child of our thoughts and our emotions. So if we look at the thoughts as a creator aspect of our consciousness that basically expresses the mind, we look at the emotions as the sacred feminine quality of our consciousness that expresses the spirit. We can look at our actions as the divine child, or the byproduct of these two other qualities of consciousness that basically determines what we do and how we interact with others in the world. And this is the divine child. And the actions are, again, it's the yang quality of consciousness, which is a masculine energy. So we could look at this as a divine male child. Hopefully some people will see where I'm going with this analogy and breakdown. This is the Trinity. This is the Creator. This is the Divine Mother and the Divine Child. Okay, and the Divine Mother could also be considered the Spirit, the Holy Spirit. So, this also gives us the mind, body, and spirit connection. Because again, our thoughts are how our mind manifests, the actions are what we do with our body, and the emotions are our internal quality and our internal makeup, the sacred feminine quality, which is our spirit, the spirit in which we do things. This concept that I have just described in different mystical traditions has been called the law of three, or the triune aspect of human consciousness. Triune means three in one. Three in one. And of course, you can see the analogy to different mystical traditions and different religious notions of a trinity in many different cultures. So, the next thing that I want to talk about here tonight is how these three qualities express inside the human physiology. And this is critical toward understanding how people are manipulated. And if we don't get any callers, if we have some callers that are going to call in, I'll give the call-in number one more time. If we do get callers, I will take some calls during this hour. If we don't get callers, I'm just going to continue to get into the physiological aspects of consciousness through a breakdown of the human brain for the rest of this show. So if we get some callers, maybe we'll take some. If not, I'll just continue on with an analysis of the physiology and the human brain and how that relates with our consciousness, and that's what we'll do for the remainder of this show. So, the human brain is part of the discovery of self. Yet, if you go to an average person on the street, or even in your family or your other friends, many people do not really understand what they carry in between their own ears. They don't understand any of the components. They don't understand the makeup of the brain. They don't understand how the brain works. They don't understand what qualities of their personalities the different components of the brain drives or gives rise to. And this is extremely and exceedingly sad, because if somebody doesn't understand how the most sacred gift that they have ever really been given, I would say, aside from free will, but let's put it this way, this is how your free will manifests itself. If you don't have a brain, you're really not going to be able to manifest much free will. So I think the greatest gift that we're ever really given in the universe is our free will. And I think to understand the human brain is to really understand ourselves and how we are a gifted species by even possessing a brain of the order and magnitude that we do have. So that's why I think it's critical for our understanding of what's going on in the world, to understand what is going on in our own brain. And the first way we need to do that is by basically understanding basic structures within the brain. I'm not going to get super technical, and I'm not going to go into any kind of high-level neuroscience. All I want to do is basically break down some of the structures in the brain and get people to understand how these structures are directly connected and tied with fundamental human motivations. Okay? So, the oldest part of the human brain and the simplest structures of the human brain are in the lowest parts of the brain. The actual height-wise, the lowest part. Now think about how interesting that is. It's like saying a foundation of a house, which is the part that is laid down first, is at the lowest level of the house. Of course, that's true, okay? Because you can't build something on top of it if you don't have a foundation there to begin with. So this base part of the brain is called the R complex. The R complex. Letter R and the word complex. And the letter R stands for reptilian. The reptilian complex. Otherwise, more simply called the reptile brain. So right there, I'll bet you most people were unaware, you, inside of you, have a reptile brain. You do. This part of the brain is the controller of physical activity. Motor skills are controlled by the R complex of the brain. The R complex is basically two components. It's the brain stem, which connects to the spinal column, and behind that, near the back of the head, there is a region called the cerebellum. These two components of the brain govern motor skills. They govern motor skills. Without this part of the brain, you would not be able to move. You would not be able to move your arms and legs. You would not be able to walk. You would not be able to talk. You would not be able to basically do anything that involves moving any of the muscles of your body. So it's a critically important part of the brain. You need this part of the brain to do anything in the world, basically. However, it governs some basic primitive behaviors that we all experience and display at one point or another in our lives. This part of the brain governs the fight or flight mechanisms of the consciousness. See, when we were a less evolved being, we engaged predators that we had to make a decision about. Did we have enough ability to stand and fight them, given the situation or the tools or weapons that we had? Or would we have to flee from them in order to survive? Because this part of the brain, the R complex, is all about survival. It's all about what we need to do to survive. It governs eating, okay, sleeping. Anything that we need to do to survive in the physical world that we live in. And the fight or flight response is about what we do when our survival is threatened. What happens during this state of mind, this fight or flight response, is the heart begins to pump blood very quickly, and it's pumping it away from two areas of the body and toward two other areas of the body. Okay? So when we go into fight or flight response, which is otherwise called stress, this is commonly referred to in the modern world as stress. Okay? When we go into this modality of consciousness, the R complex of the brain sends instructions to the human heart, and it says, pump blood faster. Pump it away from the torso and the head. Now think about that. Blood begins to pump vigorously away from the torso and the head. So in the torso is all of our vital organs. In the head is the brain. Okay? So richly oxygenated blood is not being sent during times of stress, otherwise called fight or flight response. It is not being sent actively to the torso or to the head, to the brain. Why? Well, during times of making a decision about whether you're going to fight or run away, once that decision is made, You're choosing either to stand and fight or to run because you're in a situation where you're being preyed upon. You don't need blood in those areas of the body. That's not the top priority in that given situation. Blood needs to go to the extremities. You're not going to sit and do any conceptual thinking if you're under attack by, let's say, a mountain lion. You're not going to think about deep conceptual ideas or philosophical ideas. You're also not going to do much digestion in that state or any other functions that the internal organs go to work on to process food and other nutrients in the body. That's not a priority either at that time. What is a priority? What is a priority in a state of consciousness like that is you need to either have a lot of energy in your arms because you're going to need to be using them to fight off your attacker. So your arms muscles have to get all of that richly oxygenated blood so that it can become hard and that they can have energy to be wielded as weapons in the battle that you're about to be in. Conversely, if you made the decision to run away, lots of richly oxygenated blood needs to drive the muscles of your legs so that you can flee the situation as fast as possible in order to survive. Think about that in strategic survival terms. It makes so much sense. It makes so much sense once we understand that that's the mechanism that is really going on in our bodies and that the brain is driving that. Okay? You don't need the blood in the head or torso during a moment of attack. You need it in the extremities so you can either fight or run away. Now, that makes sense in a situation where you're fighting an attacker or a mountain lion. However, in the modern world, where do we see this happening most frequently? We're not really in many situations where we actually physically need to make a decision to fight somebody or to flee. Okay? In certain instances, yes, that is the case. But in general, where this mechanism of the brain is activating and going to work most frequently is when we are engaged in stressful activities. And we're almost always engaged in stressful activities, particularly in Western cultural life. So, unfortunately, this places us at an even greater disadvantage. This is actually an advantageous survival adaptation technique in the brain, which has become a detriment in modern society because what we're doing with this function is we're essentially staying in through most of the days, most of the hours of the day, days that we live. We are staying in this construct of consciousness. We're living in the reptile brain most of the time. Most people are living in the reptile brain most of the time because it's one thing to the next, a hectic, busy lifestyle, a job, dealing with children, dealing with physical tasks and activities, traffic, other people during the day that we don't want to deal with and interact with. It's a constant struggle and a constant engaging in the reptile brain. And this is what we call stress. Now, in a context where there is no ability to either fight or run away, and therefore use it and then go back to normal brain function, we're essentially being trapped in that reptile brain throughout most of our lives as a culture. And this does very harmful things to the other structures of the brain, which I'm going to get into in the last 15 or 20 minutes of the show today. So the mammal brain is the next part of the brain I'm going to talk about. So we have a reptile brain, and it's the base brain, and it governs survival and fight or flight response. Okay? The mammal brain also called the limbic system. The limbic system governs our emotional makeup. It governs the chemical interactions through which we experience our emotions. So the limbic brain governs the chemical interactions through which we experience what we call our emotions. Again, the sacred feminine, internally felt quality of consciousness. Okay? So our emotional makeup is largely directed through, it's not derived by, it doesn't come into being because of the limbic brain or the mammal brain, but that's how the emotions basically get to a place where they can affect the physiology. They act through the mammal brain or the limbic brain. And this is the sacred feminine part of the brain. This is called the midbrain. In some occult traditions, they call it the middle chamber. The middle chamber, some people will recognize that concept. So without this part of the brain, we could feel no emotions. Think of it in relation to a reptile who doesn't have a mammal brain, a mammalian brain. They only have a reptilian brain. They are a creature of instinct. Again, survival. Cold-bloodedness is a feature of a reptile. They don't really experience emotions the way mammals experience emotions. Just consider a crocodile in relationship to a dog or a chimpanzee. A dog and a chimpanzee really experience emotional states that are quite different than a crocodile. A crocodile is largely a creature of instinct. Well, you can see a chimpanzee become sad or a dog become sad, and many other emotional states. Now, that's what we share in common. We share these two brains in common with different species in the animal kingdom, with reptiles and with mammals. There's a part of the brain that really makes us unique and actually in a higher level of organization and consciousness, and that is the human brain. And this is what most people think of when they think of the brain. They think of the gray matter part of the brain. And this is basically called the telencephalon. The gray matter section of the brain is called the telencephalon. The part of the brain where most of the neural activity takes place for human thought is in the outer portion, the outer layer of the telencephalon. And this is called the human neocortex. The neocortex. This part of the brain governs all higher order thinking of an individual. Every quality that really makes us human, we have as a result of having a highly developed neocortex. The neocortex is bilaterally symmetrical, and I've already talked a bit about this and brought up a little bit about the left and right brain. We have a left brain and a right brain. The left brain is the male aspect of the brain. It governs analytical thought, logic, scientific thought, mathematical thought. It governs our use of words and language. Okay, so the left brain hemisphere, these are all the functions that it deals with, that it makes possible. And this is the neocortex we're talking about, the higher order thought center of the brain. All the functions that really make us human and separate us from the other animals, this is the part of the brain that governs those functions. The other side of the human neocortex is called the right brain. This is the yin energy, the feminine qualities of the human makeup can be found by looking into the functions of the right brain. The right brain governs intuition, simple knowing, without really understanding how one knows, the gut feeling, an intuitive quality. It governs creativity. So the way we express our thoughts and emotions through art, through music, through all other forms of creative expression, creative writing and dance and things like that. We're really engaging the right brain when we engage in creative ideas and creative activities. And then holistic thought, the idea that we are essentially one, that there is relationship between us and others, and that we're not separate. This idea largely derives out of the right brain functions. And this is why we say when we talk about the right brain, we're in our right mind or we're not in our right mind. We don't have a connection to this part of the brain. We're not really in our right mind, so to speak. It's not just a play on words. It actually has a basis in the fundamental physiology of the human brain. So if we go back to the metaphor that I started talking about earlier in this show, we talked about consciousness and how it has a threefold aspect. Well, just as consciousness has a threefold aspect, our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions, our brain also has a triune nature. And they call scientists and neuroscientists call this the triune brain. It's the three in one again, triune. Okay? You have the reptile brain, the mammal brain, and the human brain. We are basically three beings in one. And there is a hierarchy to this. There is a way that information should be processed according to this threefold or triune system if it is functioning properly. And by functioning properly, what I mean by that is a balance between the left and right brain hemispheres. This is called global EEG coherence in scientific terms. Okay? In neuroscience, that's what they call it. It means that your left brain and right brain hemispheres are both firing in unison and in harmony. And the neural activity and the electrochemical synaptic activity is fully working and is fully alive and lit up in all the hemispheres, in both hemispheres of the brain, all across the hemispheres. In other words, this is a brain that is firing on all cylinders, so to speak. It is a lit up mind. It is a person who lives in balance within themselves. And as such, they are capable of really living in balance with others and with their environment. See, the human brain is designed to be the executive command center of the whole brain complex. It is the part of the brain, again, that deals with higher order thought. You could look at it as, if you have a company, you have a CEO of a company. You have a person that really makes the critical executive decisions. Well, this part of the brain governs reason, and it governs the way we use our actions in balance with our emotions. So if we have a balanced neocortex and not one side dominates the other, we don't have an imbalance to the left brain hemisphere and we don't have an imbalance to the right brain hemisphere, we become a person that is capable of higher order thought, conceptual thinking, and reasonable behavior, meaning behavior that is governed through the ability to reason and recognize patterns and recognize meaning with respect to patterns. This is the greatest gift that our species possesses. There is no more complex object in the known universe than the frontal portions of the human neocortex. None. It is the most advanced supercomputer that we will probably ever know of or discover. This is the most advanced computer that exists, and it is the most complex substance that we know of. And it's sitting right behind your eyes. Think about that. Okay? Now, if that part of the brain is working properly, we are in touch with the sacred feminine component of the brain structures, which is the limbic brain or the mammal brain, otherwise called the midbrain. This is always sending data upward toward the neocortex. Okay? Think about it. The spiritual part of the brain, the sacred feminine part of the brain that governs our emotions, is always trying to send data upward to the reasoning functions of the brain, the logical and analytical left brain and the creative, nurturing, and intuitive right brain, always receiving instructions from the midbrain. Okay? So if the brain is functioning properly, that's how it works. And then, through the neocortex, we'll send instructions back down to the motor centers of the brain, the reptile brain, so that we use our actions governed by reason. Okay? Think about how this works. Really let it absorb. This is critical information to understand if we are going to understand how we work. If we don't understand how we work, we're completely subject to manipulation and mind control. And this is ultimately about becoming a being that governs oneself and is not subjected to the control of the mind through other people attempting to usurp and control one's mind and behavior. That's what this is ultimately about. And if we're going to do that, we have to understand how we work. And one of the best ways to do this is to understand the basics of neuroscience function and the basic structures of the human brain. So, what happens when we're constantly in the reptile brain? What happens when we're either imbalanced toward one brain hemisphere or the other brain hemisphere? Well, it's interesting because different things happen depending on the nature of the imbalance. And what I'll start to get into a little bit next week is I will talk about the different methodologies, the different methods of mind control that go to work on the different sides of the brain. Okay? Because these are targeted functions. These are targeted methodologies, the mind control that is used against us. And there's two big ones in particular, which I'll get into, and I will explain how one of them goes to work on the left brain, one of them goes to work on the right brain. One of them holds back the left brain, one of them holds back the right brain. So these methodologies of mind control are geared and devised to throw people into one state of imbalance or the other, either completely left brain functions or completely dwelling in right brain functions. And this is a dangerous trap to fall into, and I would say 95% or better of people really are in one of these states of imbalance or another, either imbalance toward the left brain hemisphere or the right brain hemisphere. So I think what I'll basically do to wrap this show up, I think instead of trying to get into all of that right now, let's leave it where we have it for now. I'm kind of a little bit disappointed that we didn't get to take any callers, but unfortunately it looks like no one called into the switchboard. Let's see if we could get some callers in next week. I'd really be happy to take some of your calls and get some of your thoughts on these ideas. But for now, I'm going to wrap it up here and just give you some of the websites where you can listen to this show and many other great shows as well. Another big thanks to Bob Tuskin for getting me started on the Revolution Broadcasting Network. His show is going to be coming up at 10 p.m. on the East Coast. And my website you can go to and check out some of these ideas and listen to and watch many hours of presentations and lectures about these concepts and many others. I get into all of the breakdown of consciousness. I get into the methods of mind control. I get into solutions. That's ultimately what we're going to talk about as we go forward on this radio show. And my website is whatonearthishappening.com. Whatonearthishappening.com. I'll be here every Tuesday and Thursday night on Revolution Broadcasting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Catch you next time. Thank you for listening.
Freedom, man. That's what it's all about. You've got to groove on freedom, like the good book says.
Welcome. You are listening to What on Earth is Happening. This show will discuss the topics of human consciousness, mind control, natural law, the occult, and all issues that affect the freedom of the people of Earth. What on Earth is Happening will endeavor to shine light upon the darkness of our world and to offer empowering solutions to the problems we face as humanity approaches its critical moment of choice. And now, here is your host, Mark Passio.
All right. That's absolutely correct. Freedom is what it's all about. Welcome, everyone. It's April 6th, 2010. This is What on Earth is Happening, and I'm your host, Mark Passio. So I want to do a few things before we get into the topics of discussion for this evening. The first thing I want to do is give out the websites. My website is whatonearthishappening.com, and the network's website is revolutionbroadcasting.com. The show is live Tuesday from 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time on my site, whatonearthishappening.com. And you can listen in on Revolution Broadcasting from 8 to 9 on Tuesday evening, and from 8 to 9 on Thursday, they pick up the second hour. There was a little bit of confusion on the part of some people as to how the show was broadcasted on Revolution Broadcasting Network last week, so I hope that clarifies it for people. You can listen to all 2 hours live right on my website, whatonearthishappening.com. I want to give out the call-in number for tonight. Hopefully we'll get some calls this evening. The call-in number is 347-884-9417. You can call that anytime, but please, if you call that, stay on the line. I will try to get to the calls through the switchboard. Had a little bit of trouble doing that last week, but hopefully the technical problems have been worked out, and that won't be a problem this evening. The number again, 347-884-9417. So let's get right into, I want to also make a couple of announcements. That's how I'm going to start this evening. I want to tell you about a couple of events that are going to be coming up in the Philadelphia area. If you're in the Philadelphia area, these are a couple of very important events, and I hope everybody will try to make it out to these. First one, there's a free documentary showing at the Ethical Society building. That's at 1906 South Rittenhouse Square in Philadelphia. That's going to be Monday night, April 19th. That's Monday, April 19th, 7 o'clock p.m. at the Ethical Society building. It's a free documentary showing. A free documentary showing. Free documentary showing of Aaron Russo's America Freedom to Fascism. Ethical Society building, Monday night, April 19th, 2010, 7 p.m. This event is hosted by Truth, Freedom, Prosperity. Now, a lot of people in the Philly area who are involved in the freedom movement, they will be So let's try to get as many people out as we possibly can to this event. I want to read a description of the movie. This documentary is about an honest search for the truth about the Federal Reserve Bank and the legality of the Internal Revenue System. Through extensive interviews with recognized experts and authority, the director shows an astonishing revelation of how the federal government and the bankers have fooled the American public by taking their wages and putting it in the pockets of the super rich. The director goes so far as to interview one of the masterminds of the IRS code, and you, the viewer, can draw your own conclusions as to how the system works. This is not a documentary filled with opinions, conjecture, or editorial comment. It's a documentary with a purpose, and that's to educate every wage earner about the Federal Reserve Bank, the IRS, how they got started, and where the money goes. It's extremely well done. It will make you laugh. It will make you angry. But most of all, it will inspire you to take action. So, again, this event is hosted by Truth, Freedom, Prosperity, Monday night, April 19th, 7 o'clock p.m. at the Ethical Society Building, 1906 South Rittenhouse Square in Philadelphia. Let everybody you know about it and bring as many people out as you can. For more info, you can check out truthfreedomprosperity.org. That's truthfreedomprosperity.org. So the next thing I want to go to is another upcoming event in the Philadelphia area, and that is an extremely important event. This is the official End the Fed rally in Philadelphia. This is going to take place on April 24th at 10 o'clock a.m. to 3 p.m. And it's going to happen right at City Hall in Philadelphia, on the west side, 1500 Market Street. So I want to read a brief introduction that I sent out through my mailing list earlier this week about this event. And the Fed Philadelphia March Rally and Concert, Philadelphia, PA, April 24th, 2010, 10 o'clock a.m. to 3 o'clock p.m. City Hall, west side, 1500 Market Street, Philadelphia, PA. If you still don't understand how intricately related the Federal Reserve System is to the destruction of our natural freedoms, then you haven't really learned a thing. Or you've chosen to deliberately ignore it out of apathy, laziness, cowardice, or all three. Words are not enough. If you value your freedom and the freedom of future generations of humanity, take action and stand with us in courage at this event and become involved with this cause today. And the Fed is one of the most important things that is taking place in the freedom movement today. So get involved, research the Federal Reserve System. You can check out the website endthefed.us. And again, this event is it's going to have an outdoor rally with food and entertainment. There's going to be speakers. There's going to be musicians. Michael Badnarik is actually going to be coming out and speaking. He's always great to hear. Jordan Page will be playing his great brand of freedom-inspired music. So it should be a really good time. Hopefully we'll see a lot of people there. We really want to grow the End the Fed events and bring more attention to the general public that's largely still unaware of how the immoral fractional reserve banking debt system works in this country. So if you're in the Philadelphia area, please make sure to come out to these events and spread the information to all interested parties. Okay, so those are the event announcements. I'll give the call-in number one more time, 347-884-9417. So what I'll do now is just go into a very brief review of what I covered on last week's show, and then we'll get into the topics for this evening. So last week, we really began by getting into what is truth. We got into talking about how the quality of our lives is basically dictated by how much we harmonize with what actually is, with looking at what actually is and dealing with it effectively, coming into harmony with truth. The quality of our life will improve if we do that. If we do not do that and we sway away off the path of truth, the quality of our life decreases and we experience more and more suffering. This is simply how natural law works. We talked about problem solving, how if we're really to solve any given problem, we have to have enough information about the nature of the problem, about what the causal factors are of the problem that we're experiencing. If we don't have accurate and enough information about what caused the problems, we're going to be essentially powerless to solve those problems. So we have to look at the darkness, so to speak. We have to look at the so-called negative information of what is actually causing and creating the problems that we experience around us. We have to turn and confront those things and get down to the nature of the causal factors of the problem that we're experiencing if we ever hope to solve it. We also talked about that there's really only two reasons that people suffer. They suffer because they accept information which simply is not true, and they refuse to accept information which is true. So our ability to tell truth from falsehood is the most critical capability that the human race possesses in regards to what we experience and the quality of our existence. We also talked a little bit about the fundamental axioms, A-X-I-O-M, an axiom, fundamental axioms that people hold in their lives that they refuse to let go of. They cling to them. An axiom is a proposition or a belief that is regarded generally as already being established, accepted, and self-evidently true. It's just, people just take it as, it just is this way. And unfortunately, most people's fundamental axioms simply are way off basis from the true nature of reality and the true experience as it is actually taking place on this planet. We also got into how important knowledge of self is. We need to understand that we are a reflection of the all. We are a reflection of the whole, of the universe itself. Accurate knowledge of self is accurate knowledge of the universe. We are a holographic, integral part of creation, and getting out of the mess that we're in as a species involves knowing oneself, understanding human consciousness, understanding how consciousness manifests itself, understanding how consciousness can come into balance and harmony, and also understanding how consciousness can become imbalanced and manipulated. So as a large part, an initial part of doing that, what I began to get into last week was the breakdown of the human brain. Understanding the human brain is a big part of understanding human consciousness. So we will finish up with that this week. I'll be going more into the components of the brain, and specifically, I will be talking about how the brain, what happens when the brain becomes imbalanced. So another concept we touched on and really spent some time on last week was a concept that I call the biggest lie. And that is the ideology known as solipsism. That's spelled S-O-L-I-P-S-I-S-M. S-O-L-I-P-S-I-S-M. Solipsism. This is the ideology that there is no such thing as truth, that truth cannot be known and it cannot be communicated to others. And this is the biggest lie. And what I'm going to, after I go into some of the aspects of the brain and how the brain works and how it becomes imbalanced, I'm going to revisit the topic of solipsism and then maybe open up some discussion on this, because I want people to understand the ideology that this dangerous, the most dangerous philosophy on earth, what I call the biggest lie, solipsism, leads to. The other ideologies, that if you buy this lie, if you buy into this big lie, the other ideologies that it invariably leads to. So we'll get into that tonight. But I see we have a caller, and I'm going to attempt to take this call. Let's see how this goes. Here we go. Caller number 1, you are live on What on Earth is Happening. Hello, are you there?
Hi, is this Mark Passio?
Yes, how are you?
Mark, I've been waiting longer than I wait for the whole Rush Limbaugh show to comment on your show here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, man, I called Rush Limbaugh. He gets me faster than you take my call here.
Do you have anything to say?
Mark, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, how are you? Who is
Hey, you can't get a prank call from a fellow host now, can you?
it? Bob? Well, whoever that was, are they still there? No, hung up. Well, if anybody wants to call and seriously discuss some of these issues, give me a call at 347-884-9417. So I'm going to go back into the human brain and talk about the structures within the brain and how the brain becomes imbalanced if we engage in certain modalities of consciousness. So, as we brought up last week, human brain essentially has 3 components. These are the reptile brain, the mammal brain, and the human brain. The reptile brain is otherwise known as the R complex. This is the brain stem. It's responsible for motor skills. It's responsible for our instinct for survival, and it's responsible for what's called the fight or flight response. Making a decision when confronted with a survival situation, whether you want to fight or run away. This is the stress mode of the brain, the stress complex of the brain. Okay? Above that, we had the mammal brain, which is responsible for us being able to experience emotions in the body. This is also called the limbic brain. That's L-I-M-B-I-C, the limbic system. So without the limbic system, a human being would not be able to experience emotion. And then there's the part of the brain that truly makes us human, and that's the human brain, or the neocortex. It's responsible for higher order thought functions, higher order thinking, conceptual thinking, being able to conceptualize ideas, think at a higher level, basically experience reason, compassion, logic, creativity, language, science, art, music, all of the things that essentially separate us from the animal kingdom and make us truly human. That's the human brain. So, we study the neocortex further, and we discover that it basically has 2 halves, 2 hemispheres. It has a left hemisphere, and it has a right hemisphere. Okay? It's bilaterally symmetrical, meaning if you break it right down the middle in half, it looks the same on both sides. But there's a left side and a right side. And the left side has certain functions and qualities that it makes possible in human thought and behavior. So the left brain functions, they function like the male component of the brain. Okay? This is the male side of consciousness. The left brain is logic, science, language, analytical thought. That's essentially what the left brain governs. So it deals with everything that is rooted in the physical world. Look at it like that. This is the world of matter. This is the world of words. This is language. This is dealing with everyday physical situations, tasks, okay, movement, things in your visual field, in your sensory field. The left brain basically handles all of those functions and deals with all of those things. So this is the male side of the brain, and it's the side of the brain that deals largely with the physical world and physical stuff. The other hemisphere of the brain is the right brain. And this part of the brain governs holistic thought functions. It's the feminine side of the human brain. It governs the feminine, holistic, intuitive, nurturing qualities of the individual. It also governs our ability to be creative beings, to engage in art and music and dance and things like that. Anything that is creative and expressive. This is the right side of the brain. So it's the sacred feminine part of the brain. It's the counterpart to the masculine left brain. Neither one of these hemispheres should dominate the other, given a perfect situation, given a brain that's working as it should, given a brain that is balanced. It's important that we work with and develop all of those brain functions. It isn't that one side is good, one side is bad, that we should be all one way, or all the other, all left brain or all right brain. The idea is to have all of those functions in our repertoire of thinking, so to speak, okay? We need to engage in all of them in balance. That's the key to a properly functioning brain and to really bringing consciousness online, so to speak, okay? Now, what I want to talk about here, before we get into some other topics and hopefully take some calls, is I want the listenership to understand what happens if we engage in only left brain functions or only right brain functions. And what I mean by that, it's not necessarily only, but let's use the term in complete imbalance. That a person is largely engaged or living in, quote unquote, the left brain functions. They don't really engage in the right brain functions. Let's take that as the first example. So we talked about that there are three complexes of the brain and what they do and what they make possible. If a person, through their interactions with other people, through the media that they take in, through the kind of material that they look at, through their general behavior with other people around them, through their general experience in the world, if they become a person that largely engages only the physical world, never the creative, the intuitive, and the spiritual side of things, the left brain completely dominates the neocortical functions of the brain, okay? And the right brain suffers as a result of this. Now, these two parts of the brain are connected. They're not really separate. They're connected through kind of a bridge in the middle of the brain, in the middle of the head, that goes in between the two hemispheres. This is called the corpus callosum. Corpus callosum. It sends information back and forth between the two hemispheres of the brain if the brain is working properly. If the left brain is chronically engaged in with little to no right brain activity, so again, the physical, worldly aspect, the part of the brain that deals with all the physical, worldly stuff going on around us, okay? Things, events, matter, and just pure everyday occurrences. And there is no deeper thought to anything that is holistic or creative or spiritual. Something happens to the entire neocortex the whole neocortex starts to basically malfunction, and it starts to not act any longer in its intended role. So what I mean by that is the intended role of the neocortex, of the higher order thought center of the brain, the human brain as it is known, will become destabilized to a point where it will not act as the executive command center of the whole brain complex, the three complexes of the brain. So how you should look at this, or an easy way to understand this, is to just envision any company. A company has an executive officer that makes the executive command decisions about the direction that that company or business or organization is going to be going. They're the CEO, okay? The chief executive officer. They make the basic decisions that execute the direction that the company is going to go in. If that CEO were suddenly to become so ill that he could not fulfill his obligations or responsibilities to the company, middle management would have to step in and take over those responsibilities. So let's look at the neocortex as this CEO of this company, and let's look at the other two brain complexes that are not as advanced, that are not as complex, that do not have the same capabilities as the neocortex, as middle management, junior management. Okay, let's look at it like that. Now, if the CEO, the neocortex, has become destabilized because it has gone into a state of left brain hemispherical imbalance, the left brain hemisphere becomes completely dominant over the right brain hemisphere, what happens is one of the other two complexes will start to assume executive control over the whole brain, and therefore essentially over the behavior of the individual. So I'll say that again. The left brain hemisphere becomes completely dominant. One of the other two complexes in the brain, since the neocortex has now become damaged, it actually has become physically damaged. Neurons don't fire in the proper way. Neural connections aren't made in the proper way, and the areas of the brain actually become darkened. There is no electrochemical and neural activity in certain areas of the brain that there should be chemical and electrical activity if the neocortex is functioning properly and making good, reasonable executive decisions. Okay? So what happens when the left brain becomes dominant is the limbic brain, or the emotional brain, suffers the most, and it starts to shut down, not function as it should, by sending the chemicals that help us to experience our emotions into the body. Therefore, the person becomes largely emotionless and not truly capable of experiencing emotion in the same way that a healthy, holistically functioning brained person would experience and feel emotions in the body. This person then becomes governed, becomes owned by the R complex, the reptilian brain. Think about this now. Follow this through. The left brain, the part that deals with only the physical world, no consideration to the spiritual, no consideration to the intuitive, no consideration to the creative. If that dominates the person's thoughts, the emotional center of the brain, the limbic brain, suffers the most, and the reptilian lower brain, the brain stem, the R complex, the survival stress and fight or flight part of the brain takes over the entire consciousness of the individual's brain. It becomes the governing or executive controller of the brain, and the person is essentially living in the reptile part of the mind. That should explain a lot to a lot of people if they're paying attention about what is actually happening in our world, if you're paying attention at all. Now, a lot of people are imbalanced to the left side of the brain. I would say more people than are not. Most people probably have this form of brain imbalance in one form or another, to one degree or another. I want to talk about now what happens when the right side of the brain dominates. Okay, so now this is the spiritual or nurturing or feminine or intuitive side of the brain, the right brain hemisphere. If a person lives chronically in these types of thought functions and never really engages the physical reality, you know, they're constantly in a high state of mind, constantly in the spiritual. They're never rooted. They're never grounded. Okay? They just, you know, don't really consider what's happening in the physical domain very important. They're always thinking of the other world. They're always thinking of the world to come. Okay? Or they're just always, you know, wanting to live for basic pleasure, or, you know, to not ever look at anything that is so-called dark or negative. You know, they don't really want to engage problems. They want, you know, to engage in escapism. Okay? Something also happens in the whole brain complexes, in all three of the complexes. When the right side of the brain becomes chronically dominant, what we see happen is the limbic brain, it is basically the exact reverse situation that I described, of the situation that I described earlier when the left brain becomes dominant. When the right brain becomes dominant, the limbic brain, or the emotional part of the brain, basically runs haywire. The exact reverse of when the left brain becomes dominant. The emotional brain shuts down in that instance. When the right brain is dominant, a person is essentially a slave to their feelings and emotions. They can't really control that which is going on within them. They either live in fear, or they become somebody who really can't discern truth because they'll believe whatever they're told. They become far too passive. Okay? The left brain imbalance makes someone become far too aggressive. But right brain imbalance makes someone become far too passive, essentially allowing themselves to be walked on. This is because when the brain becomes imbalanced in this way, the reptile brain, okay, the R complex of the brain, essentially is shut down. It's the exact reverse of the other kind of brain imbalance. So when the left brain is dominant, the limbic brain, the emotional brain, shuts down, and the person becomes governed by the reptile brain, the R complex. When the right brain hemisphere becomes dominant chronically, the exact reverse takes place. The reptile brain that governs instinct and survival, okay, that part shuts down, and the person lives in. The part of the brain that takes over the consciousness is the limbic system. This person basically has runaway emotional states. Okay, so let's look at some of the qualities and worldviews that come into being when one of these states of consciousness takes over, when one of these forms of brain imbalance or another occurs. Well, when a person becomes completely imbalanced chronically to the left brain hemisphere, the male part of the brain, they become a dominator. They want to control other people. They want to control other people's actions, the decisions that they make over their lives. Okay? They'll often become physically aggressive toward other people, okay, if they don't get their way. So this is the master form of brain imbalance. I call this the schism of the mind. And it happens right behind people's forehead. Right behind your eyes is where this takes place. And just about everybody out there has one form of brain imbalance or the other, toward the left or to the right, and in some cases both. Okay? The right side of the brain, when that becomes chronically imbalanced, you get all of the slave tendencies of the brain. So a person becomes engaged in feelings of unworthiness when the right brain is chronically dominant and the limbic brain has taken over the consciousness. A person will become self-loathing, never thinking that they're good enough or worthy. Unworthiness, self-loathing. A lot of times, addictive tendencies will creep in. A person will become an addict of one form or another if their right brain is completely dominant. And they'll become basically people who are willing to follow whatever orders they're given and become a willing slave. That's essentially the consciousness mode that people in right brain modality will eventually go into. So one form of brain imbalance, the left brain hemispherical imbalance, creates a master type, okay, or a slave driver type, a dominator. And the other form of brain imbalance essentially creates somebody who is willing to be dominated, a slave. This explains just about everything that we are experiencing in this time in human history. Just about. Okay? This, if we really understand this dynamic, and there are those out there who will say this is reductionism, this is too simple. It's more complex than that. Well, not really. The way the brain functions essentially determines how we behave and what we experience in the world. If we don't take care of the temple in man, the temple in you, we're going to experience negative consequences because we're not taking care of the greatest gift that has ever been gifted to our species. We're letting it fall into states of dysfunction and disarray. And when we do that, we're going to get unpleasant, uncomfortable results. We really have to understand how we work, because there are a lot of other people that sure as hell understand how we work, and they're using it as a weapon against us. And most of us are completely uneducated as to how those methodologies of mind control really work. So I'm going to attempt to take another caller. Let's see if this is a serious one. Let's see what happens here. You're on the air.
My other call was serious as well, Mark, except I tried to jazz it up a bit in the beginning there just to see if you
Hey,
were on
Bob,
your
how are you? How are you doing, man?
Hey. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks. I'm excited about your show on revolutionbroadcasting.com. I I listened to both hours last week, and I just wanted to check in with you and comment on some of the things you were talking about. On my show on Friday, Mark, we're having a guy by the name of Rama. Do you know Rama by chance?
I am not familiar with him, no.
All right, he's on YouTube. He's a YouTube celebrity, and he's basically a guy who talks about the pineal gland, and he has something that he calls pineal gland activation.
Okay.
And it's basically a form of meditation, if you will, in which he believes that you can become more in touch with your pineal gland. And as a part of this imbalance that you were talking about, this schism,
yes,
the pineal gland is a major central focus to this schism, I believe.
Absolutely. Because the pineal gland
is the pineal. Explore some more, and I just wanted to jump in here and get your thoughts.
Yes, the pineal gland is what essentially becomes awakened and active when the two hemispheres of the neocortex act in unison and balance. So that gland actually activates higher levels of awareness, but it only really comes online when we bring the male side of the brain and the female side of the brain together in balance and harmony, in unison. Neither one is dominant over the other. They work in balance. So we have firing on all cylinders, so to speak.
A thought just came to mind. I think the elite, they're aware of this, and that's why perhaps there's so much symbolism involved with the hermaphrodite, maybe.
Absolutely. And, you know, there's a lot of symbolism. Look at, if you put together the basic archetypal symbolism for male and female, yin and yang, okay? Or yang is male, yin is female. Yang is represented by an upward pointing equilateral triangle. It's an archetypal symbol that in ancient human history has generally been referred to as the blade. And the inverted equilateral triangle, okay, is an archetypal symbol that represents the sacred feminine, or the chalice, the womb, so to speak, okay? And that's called the chalice. So if you put these two together, you get the Seal of Solomon. And the Seal of Solomon represents the left brain hemisphere in unison with the right brain hemisphere. This is also known as the Star of David in Judaism. An older name for it is the Seal of Solomon. And right in the word Solomon, you have the sun and the moon, soul and moan.
Well, it's very interesting how the Rastafarians, Mark, they often quote King Solomon as being one of the wisest men, and they often claim that they found some cannabis in his grave.
Sure. It's one of the shamanic and entheogenic substances that, if used in a context of awakening higher levels of consciousness, can produce that effect. It can actually help to balance the brain hemispheres. Not being used as escapism, not being used as just frivolous entertainment or enjoyment or escapism, but really being used to work on oneself. Cannabis can be an ally in that respect.
Well, and that's how the Rastafarians use it. They use it in a ritualistic way. A lot of people don't understand just how the real Rastafarian religious teachings incorporates the use of cannabis, and now it's a more sort of prevalent thing because of probably the social conditions. You know, when you're tired of dealing with the man, when you get this sort of attitude of rebellion, you're going to want to kick back and escape a little bit. And that's almost a natural reaction that the powers that be are accounting for, and they are anticipating, and they want you to feed into that because they want you to be slaves. And if they keep you docile, they'll keep you slaves.
That's the way they want you to abuse, to get into a habit of abuse with a compound like that. See, it can be used properly to balance the brain, but at some point, if someone uses it so chronically that they fall into a pattern of abuse. This will imbalance the neocortex through right brain hemisphere imbalance, which, as you just said, is basically the modality of a slave. It's a balance that has to be walked if someone is going to start using entheogenic compounds, and I will talk about that on this show as we go forward. Again, when I was on your show on Revolution Broadcasting a couple of weeks ago, we did get into entheogens in a conscious context as one of the solutions that I propose for basically elevating consciousness and getting out of the situation that we're in collectively.
Very interesting stuff. And another thing came to mind when we were just talking about this, and that is the effect of fluoride in dumbing people down, getting them docile, also interfering with the unification of the left and right brain.
That's absolutely correct. I mean, it will calcify. It will create a calcium layer on the pineal gland. This is a known effect of fluoride in all of its derivative forms that is added to over 68%, I believe the number is 65 to 68% of the drinking water reservoirs in the United States. And this is just totally unacceptable. This substance is a poison in any quantity and should not be being added to our drinking water in any way. It's just crazy.
And there's no proven use of swallowing it. I mean, even any dentist or doctor that I've had try to justify fluoride can't explain to me what use it has in swallowing it. It's a topical thing that should be applied directly to the teeth. Now, Mark,
yes.
We can comment on all these things all day, but if I may, I had a side question that I wanted to bring to you, and then I'll let you go. And great show as always, by the way.
Thank you. Sure. Go ahead.
The thing is Tesla, and I know you're a student of Tesla, so to speak.
Yes.
I hear a lot of debate going on in the world today about Tesla and the idea of free energy. And when you say free energy, a lot of people can't really wrap their heads around that.
Right.
And I believe personally that there's going to have to be a paradigm shift where we move to a scarcity-based system of control to an abundance-based system. And the best example I can give of this is a test that Pavlov did with chickens, in which he provided his chickens with an abundance of food and water so that whenever they were hungry or thirsty, they would just go to the dispenser and there would be food and water always there. Well, he observed their behaviors and they acted, normal. They would go when they were hungry and they would get some food or water whenever they needed. And they always knew it was going to be there. When he introduced the concept of scarcity to their food and water system, their behaviors changed. He could get them to hoard, which became a new concept. Hoarding was something they weren't doing before. He could get them to steal. And when there was times he could get them to fight one another or even kill one another for the food. So all these aberrant behaviors occurred as a result of controlled scarcity.
Yeah, we have manufactured scarcity. I absolutely agree. I've said this a million times, and I'll say it a million more. The control of energy and resources is the control of people. And energy is one of the biggest ways that we are controlled. And oil is essentially the currency that is running the world. It's what's making everything that we base our civilization upon go. What Tesla discovered is that we don't have to have this scarcity and lack-based energy system that people always war over, okay? Because, again, like you said, once they're put into a scarcity-based mindset, they go right into the reptile consciousness, right into the reptile mode of the brain.
You know what the ultimate manipulation of scarcity-based mind control is?
What's that?
The scarcity of safety or our lives. And that's part of the fear mechanism with false flag terrorism and all these other things. If they can get you to fear because you have a lack of security, scarcity of security. It's another way to look at this.
And
it's
when
everywhere.
people fall,
I've
people
heard
fall for that, when people
that?
fall for that, they will always be living in the R complex of the brain. They will always be in that fight or flight mode, the stress mode, fear mode.
Very interesting.
To go back to Tesla and what he realized was possible, what he had proven was possible, is that we could hook energy systems right into what he called the wheelwork of nature. When we talk about free energy, specifically when I talk about free energy in relation to Tesla's technology, I'm not talking about some of the more advanced energy extraction from the quantum vacuum or what's called zero-point energy. Now, Tesla may have experimented a bit with that, but essentially the Tesla technology, free energy, quote unquote, is what I call shared free energy, okay? This is basically taking energy reserves from places that nature naturally stores it and then bringing it to the places where we need to use it. How Tesla envisioned doing this was by taking the energy that the sun naturally bombards the earth with through the solar wind, the ions that basically bombard the earth's magnetosphere. They're stored. This electrical energy is stored in the earth's ionosphere, okay? And Tesla had a methodology to be able to bring this energy down to the earth. He would tap this voltage potential and actually bring it down through a transceiver, and then it would be able to then direct that energy to whole regions of the earth. Now, I'm not talking about through wires. This was all wireless. You would have been able to actually plug whatever devices you needed. You could plug your home into the ground because the earth would be acting as the store. The earth would be acting as that store of energy, like a giant capacitor. He had a method to actually make the earth into one huge capacitor by using the electrical energy stored in the ionosphere. And he knew how to do this over 100 years ago. And it was squashed by the financial interests of his time. And it was squashed by the people who began the Federal Reserve System.
And J.P. Morgan, of course, and Rothschild, they come to mind. Now, the question I get, though, from people that can't wrap their heads around post-scarcity way of thinking is how come they wouldn't want to use this technology? Because if it's such a great idea and if it really worked, of course they would want to do it because it would be a great business venture, right?
I would imagine so. I mean, they don't want to level the playing board. You know, they don't want third world countries to be able to come up to our level of technology and the understanding that goes along with that technology, because an even faster awakening would be on their hands. And that's largely why they don't want it. You know, it's also, I could relate a little anecdote. I've mentioned this in some lectures I've done on Tesla in the area. I think Tesla understood we weren't really going to acquire this capability until we came up to a higher level of consciousness. And he may have backed off himself in a lot of ways. That's talked about in the Tesla community. I went into an event one day, and my girlfriend and I were a little early for it, so we went into a bar. And we sat and we were just sitting around. I had a drink, and we were getting ready to go to this concert. And I sat there, and I was starting to talk to a gentleman at the bar. And he seemed like he was, you know, somewhat kind of aware of some things. And for some reason, we got onto energy. I don't know how it got brought up, maybe gas prices or something like that. And he started talking about that he was also aware of like some free energy technologies that have been brought up and discussed, and he had heard about Tesla. I told him about how I'm involved with a group that works with Tesla technology. And I asked him, I just said, hey, you know, think about this scenario for a minute. What if we did implement free energy technology the way Tesla envisioned it? We could bring energy down from the ionosphere, send it all around the world. Everybody would have essentially free electrical energy that they could tap at any time, any place. I said, think about the economic models that the Middle Eastern countries are based upon. Their whole economy largely is based upon their oil exports. So what do you think would happen to those nations and all of the people in them if suddenly oil became largely worthless? And you know what his answer was to that? Can you guess what his answer might have been?
Let's see here. No?
You know what he said to me? He said, "Who cares? Let whatever happens to them at that point happen to them." That was his response. And you know what I said back to him? That's why we can't have this yet. That's why.
Well, it's the
And he
dividing
had no real answer to that. You know, because we want to think that we can essentially do things that we want, and whatever consequences happen that create suffering for other people, that's okay. And it's not okay. You know, until we get to the level of consciousness that we understand, if other people are suffering, we are suffering ourselves. We're not going to.
Well, Mark, you know, who cares if some towel heads are, you know?
Yeah.
No, I'm just joking.
As aware as he was of, you know, the so-called energy crisis and how we should be moving toward alternative energy distribution and production methods, he bought into the whole false flag terrorism paradigm and you know, just doesn't care what happens to quote unquote those people. Let whatever happens to them happens. That was his answer. And my response was, until we get out of that level of consciousness, we won't develop free energy technology and be able to use it to benefit humanity, as we should have probably been able to do over 100 years ago.
I mean, think about what would have happened if we emplaced it 100 years ago. How many things would have been circumvented that took place in the last 100 years?
Sure. How many wars would have been averted? How many lives, you know, would not have been snuffed out prematurely?
Yeah, and how many people would not freeze to death for that?
Sure.
I mean, people
over 40%. I'm sorry. Over 40% of people on this planet still do not have basic electricity run into their homes. Think about that. 40%. We think the whole world is lit up with electrical energy. It is not. 40% of people living on this planet don't have electricity in their homes. Most people don't know that.
That's
playing field would, the playing field would level very quickly with third world nations had a technology like this been implemented, and that's why the occultic masters behind the banking system don't really want that, and they get people to suppress this because people are willing to do just about anything they're asked for a paycheck or enough money in hand, because they're at that reptile lack mode of consciousness.
Oftentimes the police, I've spoken to them in long dialogues about, you know, them upholding their constitutional oath, and they'll say, well, if we get an order, we're not going to risk losing our job and not take that order. I said, well, if it goes against your oath to the Constitution, then you better not take that order because you should have protections. And they say, well, we're not going to want to lose our job. Right. So they even got the people that are supposed to be fair public servants brainwashed to not want to lose their jobs, so they follow orders.
Right. Because morality, truth and morality isn't as important to them as money. And that's a sad, sad state of consciousness to be in. And I'll be talking a lot about that as we go forward on the show. We're coming up right now to the end of the first hour, Bob, so I am going to start the intro music, and I'm going to give the websites before I do that. You want to hold on into the second hour?
Sure, I'll hang out for a little bit. Make sure we time this right here. So we're ending Revolution Broadcasting for your first hour, which is heard Tuesdays from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock East Coast time. And then we end that about, let's see here, what do we end at? 2 minutes past 9, Mark, is when you can drop them. and then
Sure.
we'll start the intro music, and we'll jump right
The
into your next step. And I'll be here.
The website is whatonearthishappening.com. Listen every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. RevolutionBroadcasting.com. Here we go with hour number 2.
Freedom, man. That's what it's all about. You've got to groove on freedom, like the good book says.
Welcome. You are listening to What on Earth is Happening. This show will discuss the topics of human consciousness, mind control, natural law, the occult, and all issues that affect the freedom of the people of Earth. What on Earth is Happening will endeavor to shine light upon the darkness of our world and to offer empowering solutions to the problems we face as humanity approaches its critical moment of choice. And now, here is your host, Mark Passio.
All right, this is What on Earth is Happening. I'm your host, Mark Passio. The show is broadcast live on Tuesday evenings, 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time. RevolutionBroadcasting.com splits it up over 2 hours, 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday and Thursday night. So what we've been doing in the first hour is kind of reviewing some topics, and we talked about the human brain a lot in this segment, and how the brain becomes imbalanced toward one brain hemisphere or another, and what that basically creates in our experience. We also discussed what happens when we diverge from an understanding of what actually is taking place in the world, when we refuse to acknowledge and admit truth into our lives, how the human experience becomes degraded when that happens. And when we come into harmony with truth, and when we accept it and basically live according to the principles of natural law, the human experience essentially flowers, opens up, and really becomes something that is really worth participating in, and of a much higher quality than if we exist at lower levels of consciousness. So I started taking some calls in the first hour, largely related to the human brain, and Bob Tuscan from theylie.com called in, and we were talking about the pineal gland a little bit, and we got into scarcity and how that affects the consciousness, artificially induced scarcity, particularly when it comes to energy. We talked a little bit about Tesla and free energy technologies that have been suppressed. And Bob decided to hang on the line with me and go a little bit more into some of this in hour number 2. I'm glad that he did. So, Bob, are you still on the line with us?
I sure am, Mark. Thanks again for having me on as a caller.
No problem. So, essentially, we were talking about scarcity and how that affects the consciousness of people that are subjected to it, the types of behaviors that they become engaged in, how they become fearful of not having, of lack, and how that roots them into the lower base brain consciousness, the R complex of the human brain. And we left off the previous hour talking about, in particular, and this is a topic I could go on and on about, and I will as this show progresses. But we had started to mention police and the mentality that many of them had that as long as their paycheck is present and as long as that's not threatened, they will follow whatever orders they are given and continue to do things that really they don't have the right to do, like usurp other people's constitutionally protected, and I might add, God-given rights and freedoms. And as long as a paycheck is flowing into them, that the morality of those issues simply do not matter to many of them. The old idea, I was just following orders. You have any more that you'd like to add to that or say about that, Bob?
Well, you know, that just doesn't cut it, and we've seen that after the Nuremberg trials. But the Nuremberg trials did not represent what was going on with Operation Paperclip. You see, while we were publicly making an example, it's the old sleight of hand trick. You know, look here, while really we're just underground promoting the same sinister sort of thing. And I really strongly believe that to take orders or to justify something because of taking orders is probably one of the scariest things that we can ever deal with. And what comes to mind is what is it? It's slipping from my head. The Milgram experiment. Okay, familiar with the Milgram experiment?
No.
Okay, this is going to blow your mind, right? So they took two people, all right, and they told these people that they were going to be involved in a scientific experiment. And one of the people was to be the question asker, and the other person was to be the person receiving the questions, okay? Yeah. So the one person goes, they randomly choose whoever's the asker and who's the answer, okay? And once they do that, they put whoever's answering the questions in one room and whoever's asking the questions in another. Now, they tell the person who's receiving who's giving the test rather, that the other person is hooked up to an electric shock. So whenever they're answering a question incorrect, they are to shock that other person and increase the voltage of the shock as that person got more and more incorrect answers. And
I have heard of this experiment. I was not familiar with the name of it, but I have heard of this.
Yeah, I'm sure it's pretty famous. I figured you would have been. So let me just finish it, and I'll get your take because I think it's very telling to what we were just talking about here.
Sure.
Basically, what happens is every time the person, raises the voltage, they hear the other person in the other room, connected obviously because it's connected to an intercom, either make the scream or increasingly be in more and more pain. Yes. And even though they're about to, according to what's in front of them, shock these people to unbelievably toxic levels of electricity, they continue to administer the experiment simply because they're told by the person in the lab coat that if they stop, it will compromise to keep going. They don't, even though they hear the person screaming and death and pain and eventually stop screaming, they keep going. And do you know how many people went all the way until the end?
I would say almost all of them. I would say, I'd guess over 90%. That's
shockingly true, Mark. And they did this experiment originally, I think 20, 30 years ago, and it was only like 85%. And they did it more recently, and folks, we're no better off than we were then. We're worse off. More people nowadays were more likely to take the orders, and even though they thought, and you should see the videos on YouTube. Just look up the Milgram experiment. They have videos of people, some people are freaking out. I mean, this is one of the most moving things that I've seen in a long time, and it just goes to show you how much people are victims to this authority-based mind control.
Is this M-I-L-G-R-A-M, Milgram?
Milgram, I believe that's correct.
Okay. What this really gets down to is personal responsibility. people want to claim that someone else is ultimately responsible for their own behaviors, and this just isn't true. You are responsible for what you do. No one else is. So in these experiments that you're describing, all of these people abdicated their personal responsibility to another authority figure. And since he's claiming that I'm responsible for this experiment, I'll tell you what you can and can't do, they just kept going along with it, even though they know, they heard and knew that they're causing suffering for other people. It's the epitome of irresponsibility, and it illustrates perfectly why we're in the mess that we're in. Perfectly. So, thank you for bringing it up. It's a great example, and that's really one thing that we're going to stress over and over and over again on this show is total freedom. Total freedom means nothing else than total responsibility. If we're not willing to take total responsibility for the actions that we take in this world, in our own lives, we're never going to have freedom.
It's a powerful note, and I'll leave you on that note. Again, Mark, I appreciate What on Earth is Happening, and definitely have been going to the website, whatonearthishappening.com, and I just watched a little bit more of your 4-part video series. Again, I want to give a shout out to that.
I'm really glad you enjoyed that, and I want to thank you personally for all the help that you've given in getting me started on the network, and thanks for calling in with some great insights, man.
Hey, I tried. I hope you weren't pissed off at first that I called in the first hour as a redneck who calls up Rush Limbaugh. But I wanted to give you an authentic taste of what it felt like to be a radio host speaking the truth.
Not a problem, Bob.
Take care, Mark.
Take care, man. Bye-bye. All right, so that was Bob Tuskin of TheyLie.com and Truth Be Told Radio. Definitely stay tuned and listen to his show. He's on every weeknight between 10 and midnight on revolutionbroadcasting.com. Again, my website is whatonearthishappening.com. And just going to reiterate some announcements that I went through in hour number 1 of this show, because I think it's really critical to get people actively involved and mobilized in the truth and freedom movement, particularly in the Philadelphia area. I mean, this is the home of freedom in this country, where a lot of the founding fathers met and discussed ideas and really laid the groundwork for freedom in this country that we've fallen so tragically off the mark from in the modern world. But we still have the chance to get back on track, and we're only really going to do that if we come together as a community and really embody the principles of truth, of natural law, and of love, because that's what this is ultimately all about. Freedom is based in the dynamic energy of love. And bringing this information, bringing uncomfortable information to people's ears is not done to really upset them. It is done because the people who are bringing this information to people genuinely care about the well-being of their fellow man. And that's what love really is. And unless we propagate that, we're not going to have true freedom. So let me tell you about two upcoming events. They're both hosted by the great group
with the surplus
Truth, Freedom, Prosperity
you can
in the
also
Philadelphia
release the
area.
electric energy
Their
stored
website
in
is
the full
truthfreedomprosperity.org.
with a stable
Okay, the
logistics
first one
guarantee.
is
You
a
can continuously
free
supply the grid
documentary
with power.
showing, totally free documentary showing of America, Freedom to Fascism. The great film by the late, great Aaron Russo. And I know a lot of the listenership on this network in particular, or maybe through my website, have seen this film. They know what it's about. They know how powerful this film is, this documentary. But there's a lot of people who still have not heard or seen the information that is presented in this film. And we really want to try to get a lot of people to come out, invite friends, invite family members, and come out to see this documentary. It's going to be held Monday evening, April 19th at 7 o'clock p.m. sharp at the Ethical Society Building, 1906 South Rittenhouse Square in Philadelphia. Okay? America, Freedom to Fascism, free documentary screening, Monday, April 19th, 7 o'clock p.m., Ethical Society Building, 1906 South Rittenhouse Square, Philadelphia. The next event that I want to bring up and announce is the official End the Fed March and Rally in Philadelphia. This is the official End the Fed March and Rally in Philadelphia. This is going to be held Saturday, April 24th, 10 o'clock a.m. at City Hall, Philadelphia City Hall, on the west side of the building. That's where the gathering will initiate. 1500 Market Street. And there's going to be a march down to the Federal Reserve Building. There is going to be, following that, an outdoor rally with food and entertainment. And there's going to be speakers, and there's going to be a concert. So Michael Badnarik will be speaking at the event, and Jordan Page is going to be playing his great brand of freedom-inspired music. So come out. Please stand with us, encourage, and end this immoral, monstrous institution known as the Federal Reserve System. We really need people to not show fear. Okay, that's what these people feed on. They want you to be afraid of them. You need to look at them in the eye and tell them you're not afraid of them. And I'm talking about, let's face it, the very institution that was behind the exploding of a president of the United States head in full daylight view in front of the general population. Let's make no mistake about that. We know that Kennedy, through his beginning, setting the process in motion to print interest-free money in this country, that's the reason, the main reason that he was taken out. And the Fed definitely had a hand in that. I'll say it. And nonetheless, we need to stand together in solidarity if we're ever going to make any real change happen. So words aren't enough. That's the message I sent out to my mailing list this week regarding this event. You can't just say you don't want something that you know is immoral in the world. You have to take action. Actually get involved, educate other people, bring information, educate other people. Understand the Fed yourself, and then educate other people about it. So please come out to this event, April 24th, 10 a.m., City Hall, Philadelphia. So with that, I think that's all for the announcements. I see we have another caller. I'm going to take this call. Let's see. Caller, are you there?
Yes, Mark, it's Kevin, actually. I think you know me from a germ bookstore.
Kevin, how are you, man?
Good. I just wanted to say, in addition to the conversation that you gentlemen were just speaking of when it came to specifically abundance and scarcity, I just kind of wanted to interject an Aristotle quote that I've come across recently, and that's, poverty is the parent of revolution and crime. So these things have been, it seems like everything's been like happening before, and it's all happening again.
Very profound. Yeah, people take desperate actions when faced with desperate measures and scarcity because, again, their consciousness goes right downward into the R complex of the brain, and you can't really make good executive decisions. You can't make good reasonable decisions based on reason when the reptile brain governs the actions of the individual. And there's a physiological basis to that. It's very interesting when you get into how the brain-body complex works together. When you drop into the R complex of the brain, the fight-flight response, okay? All the blood leaves, not all of it, but the blood flow generally leaves the torso and the head, and it goes to the extremities. I touched on this last week, because you need to make a decision about whether you want to stand and fight or flee. So all the hardness and all the energy is needed in the muscles, in the arms, and in the legs, the extremities. So you don't have richly oxygenated blood flowing in the torso, so you're more prone to physical diseases in the internal organs, and you don't have blood flowing in the head to the degree that you normally do, so you really aren't using the brain in the capacity that it's intended for, and you can't really think. You're in total fear mode, and that is what scarcity, artificial, manufactured scarcity, does to the human consciousness. And make no mistake, that's one of the biggest methodologies that they're using to control people.
It sure seems so, yeah. Money almost seems to be like a scourge. They Live seems to be like the perfect analogy to exactly what's going on. It's just that the true horror of that film is when you like leave the theater and you look around at the world around you and you see that like we're all kind of doing it to ourselves. It's also reminiscent of Idiocracy.
Sure. Two great films. In particular, They Live. That is probably my favorite science fiction film that has ever been released. But it's not really science fiction. It is allegorical fiction. It's a fiction that really tells a tale about what's taking place around us in the real world.
My wife always had a quote about how films are a reflection of the fears of the society at large, particularly horror films.
Yeah, I agree. Art often imitates life, not necessarily the other way around. Yeah. So, it's been brought to my attention that sometimes I'll use a word and some people may not be clear on the word. So I want to try to watch that and check myself on that, just so I'm not using terms that people may not understand, and then I just go over it or bring it up again, and I'm still saying something that they don't really get. So I want to just go back to the word I just used, allegory. A lot of people may not know what an allegory is, maybe many will, but what an allegory is, and this is spelled Allegory, okay? An allegory is a story that can be interpreted to reveal some type of hidden meaning, which is typically a moral lesson. Okay? A hidden meaning, and it typically contains a moral lesson, or it could be a political lesson. So this is something that is similar to like a parable. It's a fictional tale, but it's really telling us something about events that are really playing out in the real world around us, and it contains, moral information in the tale. So it's structured to teach a lesson. That's what an allegory is. And I'll be using that word a lot, and I'll recommend some allegorical films and movies to people that touch on the concepts that I talk about through tremendous creative expression of these ideas. And it's a great way, I feel, to get these ideas across to people, because when it's done in a creative way, people go into the receptive mode of thinking, in the right side of the brain, the intuitive brain. And art and creativity is a big part of that. So allegories are powerful ways to get messages into people's consciousness. And They Live is certainly one of them. And I think one of the best modern allegories that I've seen in recent times was Avatar. Avatar was certainly a spiritual allegory, and it was about, the horror of warfare and how it's often completely immoral and done for reasons that can't really be justified. And I think, you know,
the destruction of indigenous lands and the indigenous peoples as well, and how the basic plight of indigenous peoples everywhere against companies that are constantly out to gain more land.
Yeah, and resources. That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
And it's very telling that most U.S. military bases didn't want that film shown anywhere on their grounds, because they understand the power of allegory for reaching the human mind and specifically for reaching the human conscience. And they don't want soldiers understanding that message. They don't want it seeping into their consciousness, because they want to keep them right where they have them, in a total state of mind control.
Yeah, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean the Matrix doesn't already have you.
Right.
On that note, thank you for having me on. I want to get back to listening to you.
I really thank you for calling in, man. Always a pleasure to talk to you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Take care, man. Okay. So, let's see. What can we go into next? Made the announcements about freedom to fascism and the Fed. We talked about the human brain. When Bob Tuskin called in, he talked about the pineal gland. So let's get into that a little bit, because this is intricately related to structures in the brain, and this is really related to brain balance. So in the last hour, we talked about brain imbalance. Okay, let's talk about what happens when the brain hemispheres are balanced. Okay, so when you bring the left and right brain hemispheres into conjunction, into unison, into harmony, one brain hemisphere is not dominant over the other. You have a balanced brain. The human neocortex, the higher order thought center of the human brain, acts in its proper role as the executive command center, the executive functions of the whole brain complex. Okay? That is as it is intended to be. That is a healthy, functional, fully functional human brain. The person isn't governed by an out-of-control emotional state, nor are they governed by total fight, flight response and stress mode and the desire to control other people. So when the brain is balanced, a person is neither a master nor a slave. Not a master of others, nor a slave of others. They are a master of themselves. They have achieved a state that I call dominion. This is self-ownership, self-governance, self-rulership. In other words, that being isn't divided anymore amongst themselves. As they think, so they feel, and so they act in unison. The three modalities of consciousness, thought, emotion, and action, come into harmony with each other. And the third eye, or what has been called the one eye, the all-seeing eye, the human pineal gland, which is exactly in the center of the head. It's inside what's called the middle chamber, which is the limbic brain. The limbic brain has a lot of different components in it. The emotional part of the brain that generates the chemicals that help us to feel the emotions that we experience in the body. You have the hypothalamus is in the limbic brain. You have the hippocampus. You have the amygdala. You have the pituitary gland. And you have the pineal gland. So this is like a cone-shaped gland directly in the center of the head. If you look at a person straight on, right at their face. It would be a little bit above the eyes, right in the middle of the head. So right in between the forehead, in between the eyes, on the forehead, and then go backwards and locate the approximate center of the skull. And right there you would find the human pineal gland, named because it is shaped like a pine cone, pineal gland, okay? This gland becomes active and essentially awakens a human being to higher states of awareness about what is actually taking place within and around them. So they become able to discern, to have true discernment when this state of consciousness opens up. And this is done by balancing the brain hemispheres. So we will get into the techniques, different techniques to make this state of consciousness occur. And I have a whole series of solutions that helps balance the human brain and the human consciousness and bring them into unison. So I want to talk about some symbology associated with this state. I touched on it a little bit last hour. There's a couple of symbols that have been associated with different modes of consciousness for thousands of years. One of them is the male aspect of being, okay? The male side of the consciousness, what's called the yang energy. And the general symbol that this form of consciousness was, the symbol that was used to describe this modality of consciousness was called the blade. This is an upward pointing triangle. It's a rudimentary phallic symbol representing the male phallic organ. Okay? This is associated with action, with anything that goes outside of oneself and interacts with the world around oneself. It is the active male component. And the reason that it's associated with a phallic symbol is because that is the thrust force. That is the force through which we project outward to others around us, our actions in the world. Okay? This is associated, the symbol is associated with the left brain hemisphere. Okay? An upward pointing triangle. The reversal of that symbol, of this archetypal, okay? This means just a general form is what archetypal means. It's rooted deep in the subconscious. It is just something that we intuitively recognize and are aware of at very deep subconscious levels. So it's an archetypal symbol, okay? The inverted triangle, the point is pointing downward, okay? So this is a rudimentary womb symbol. Okay? It is shaped like the feminine womb. This inverted triangle is known as the chalice in different ancient symbolic systems. This is the sacred feminine energy. This deals with emotional states. It deals with the right brain hemisphere. Okay? This is the part of the part of the consciousness that is looks inward. Okay? This is the internal aspect of consciousness. So it is largely dealing with our emotional states. And when we bring these two together, we have a very recognized symbol in different cultures. And it's been used throughout the world to describe the state of consciousness when one has a balanced brain. Now, that's not always the way it's used, but in general, That is the archetypal symbol known as the Seal of Solomon. And it is the interlock, not one on top of the other, not, both of them completely intersecting. The interlocked blade and chalice. This state of consciousness is often called the chemical wedding, because the chemical and electrical activity of the human brain is functioning in wholeness, in oneness, in harmony. And it's called the Seal of Solomon because the male side of the brain is representative of the active solar yang energies. Okay? The action is associated with the sun and daytime. So the word for the sun is soul, solar energy. Soul, S-O-L. And then we have the lunar form of consciousness, the feminine, the sacred feminine consciousness. This is the moon energy, the right brain. So when they come together, it's the chemical wedding. It's the state of a balanced brain and the beginning of the awakening of the pineal gland, or the all-seeing eye. We'll talk a lot more about that symbolism as we go forward. And that's the Seal of Solomon, represents the six-pointed blazing star, as it is known. And that is the symbol to represent that state of consciousness that I think we need to ascribe to. We need to make that our goal if we're really going to come out of, again, the problems that we're facing as a species. We really need to work on ourselves, work on, again, what different mystic traditions have called the temple inside mankind. Okay? And that's the human brain. I can't stress it enough. It is really the underlying focus, the underlying causal factor of what generates our experience in the world. And this is not reductionist thinking or reductionist philosophy. It can't be overstated. It can't be over calculated how important the brain is to what we experience. Yet you see people doing all kinds of crazy, destructive behaviors to the brain through substance abuse, through engaging in activities that will damage the brain irreparably, riding a motorcycle without a helmet. How about cage fighting, or even boxing? Not much respect for the temple in man. Individuals like that don't have. To desecrate a gift like that for whatever justification or money or paycheck you might be getting, I can't personally see it. The brain is too precious to me. I understand what it makes capable. I understand what the brain generates, the experience that it generates in the so-called external world that we experience. It's all a reflection of what's going on inside us. It really is. So I think I'll leave the exploration of the brain there for now, unless there are any other callers that want to call in and talk about it further. Let me give the call-in number one more time. The call-in number for the show. Anybody's free to call and discuss any of these ideas. The call-in number is 347-884-9417. So we had a couple of callers over the last couple of hours. Anybody else wants to call in? 347-884-9417. And our topics, we're generally, going to try to unpack and break down a little bit more we're talking about tonight, the human brain, how the brain becomes imbalanced or balanced, okay, but largely we talked about how it becomes imbalanced and the kind of consciousness that leads to. We can get into the symbolism that I talked about a little bit if you want. And what I'm also going to start breaking down and really getting into now is what I call the big lie. And I talked about this last week, and I'm going to break down this concept even further this week. And that's the ideology known as solipsism. So I'm going to spell that again for people that want to look into it and research it a little bit. And again, I can't overestimate how dangerous this ideology is. This is the ideology that leads to all the other dangerous and destructive worldviews that people hold in the world that lead to more and more human suffering. Solipsism. S-O-L-I-P-S-I-S-M. Something that maybe perhaps not many people have heard of, but if you listen to this show, you are going to hear about solipsism, because this is what I call the biggest lie. This is the lie that if you buy into, essentially, the spiritual journey comes to a halt. It really does. Because the spiritual journey is about seeking truth. That's what it really is ultimately about. And if you buy into the notion that there is no such thing as objective truth, which is what solipsism claims, this is the notion that perception is reality. That's solipsism. Perception dictates reality. So however I perceive it, that's what the truth is. The truth isn't something that I discover. It's something I basically make up based on my personal preferences, what I'm comfortable with, and the information I have at any given moment. And this is the ideology called solipsism, that nothing really exists independently of the individual who is observing anything. Okay? There's no external reality. There's no external truth. Whatever I decide is the truth, essentially that's what I'm going to, how I'm going to live my life according, what I'm going to live my life according to. What I describe this as is someone attempting to become their own personal arbiter of truth. The arbiter of truth. That's what the solipsist is. Person who subscribes to the notion that there is no such thing as objective truth. That nothing can be known in and of itself. That only perception governs reality. This is the most dangerous ideology that exists on Earth. And talk to people. More people believe in and subscribe to this ideology than you would ever believe or imagine. This ideology is out there. This ideology is totally lived by towards so many people, that you would be shocked and appalled if you understood how many people really subscribe to this. Okay? And if you're a subscriber to that ideology, I've said this before, and I'll say it again, there's no point in even bothering listening to this show. You might as well turn it off now. I could teach you nothing until you come out of that state of mind. If you don't believe that there is actual events that take place, and they can be known, and that's called the truth of what happens on this planet, on the Earth, then there's really no helping you. You need to use your will to come out of that state of mind, because there is nothing else that can really be said about it except that it's complete nonsense. It needs to be thoroughly renounced and rejected. There is such a thing as truth. It is that which is. You want to get real scientific and technical about it? how I refer to the truth is, it is the wave functions that are spoken of in quantum mechanics, the waves of possibility. All the possibilities that existed in what we know of as the past that have coalesced, that have condensed, that have collapsed, and become actual events in the now, in the present moment. That's what the truth is. It's that which has actually already occurred, that which has undergone the formality of actually taking place and occurring in the world. I believe that's how Alfred North Whitehead described what he termed the truth. Okay? It is that which has undergone the formality of actually taking place. It's not up for debate. It's that which is. It already occurred. It happened. It happened. Now, whether we discover truth is a whole different story. But it exists, and that's the first and only, what I describe as the first and only prerequisite leap of faith that must be taken on the entire spiritual journey. And there is no other belief or faith that is required after that initial leap of faith. To believe that there is such a thing as truth. Because at first you don't know that there is such a thing as truth. You do have to have some form of belief that truth exists to go seeking it. You don't have it at first. Okay? A truth seeker doesn't actually already have the truth, otherwise he wouldn't be seeking it. So that's what solipsism is. Okay? Somebody who believes there's no such thing as truth and doesn't really ever begin the spiritual journey. In darker occultic orders and movements, this state of consciousness, and I know this from first-hand experience, is referred to in different ways. Dark occultists who are actively using techniques of mind control upon the general population of this planet they have a name for people who have bought the biggest lie. They have a name for them. They have several names for them, actually. But there is one overarching name that they give to people who subscribe to this ideology. They call them the dead. The dead. Imagine this. There are people out there who refer to living people because of how completely off the mark they are about the nature of the reality in which they live. They call them the dead. And they have another name for the solipsist, the person who thinks they're the arbiter of truth in the world, that truth doesn't really exist. We get to make it up. Our perceptions are what the truth is all about. It's nothing that exists independently of us that we need to discover, but we get to make it up. We're the personal arbiters of our own truth. Okay? It's not something that is objective. It is something that is subjective. I get to decide what's truth based upon whether I like it or not, how I feel about it. Okay? That's what solipsism generally is. And the other name that dark occultists, people who have developed technologies and methodologies to mind control whole populations, the other name that they have for people that subscribe to the philosophy of solipsism is the unbegun. The unbegun, or the uninitiated. Or in other words, those who have not begun. Because subscribing to solipsism means you have not begun the spiritual journey toward truth. And dark occultists want people in that state of consciousness. They want them there. And they have a lot of them there. Okay? So I want to talk about now the ideologies that solipsism leads to. The ideologies that accepting the biggest lie leads to in life and in the world. Okay? Well, if there is no such thing as truth, most solipsists believe that there is no such thing as God. So atheism goes hand in hand with the ideology of solipsism. Some would say atheism is the root of solipsism and solipsistic beliefs, and some would say atheism flows out of solipsism, the idea that there is no truth. Therefore, there is no God. Or, vice versa, there is no God, therefore there is no truth. Okay? Solipsism is the idea that I get to determine, based on my personal preferences, what truth is. Therefore, it leads, inextricably leads, invariably leads, unwaveringly leads to an ideology known as moral relativism. Moral relativism. Solipsism leads to moral relativism. This is the notion that there is no such thing as objective right and wrong. No such thing. Since there is no truth, no objective truth, a solipsist claims, there is no such thing as objective morality. No such thing as objective morality, because after all, if I get to determine what truth is, I also get to determine what morals are. What is moral, what is not moral? It's based on my personal preferences. What's good for me is good. What's bad for me is bad. It doesn't matter how it affects anybody else. I get to make it up. After all, there's no truth. After all, there's no God, so there's no such thing as natural law consequences for our actions and behaviors, right? So that's moral relativism. There's no such thing as objective morality. Morality is completely subjective and based, once again, in the perceptions of the beholder. This is complete and utter nonsense. Nonsense. Of course there is such a thing as moral right and moral wrong. This is why we have so many people taking all the immoral actions that they're taking in the world, stomping completely crazed on other people's natural human rights, as if it doesn't matter what they do to them, as long as a paycheck is flowing in, as long as they can transfer the responsibility to someone else, a commanding officer, or a politician, or a banker, or anyone who signs their paycheck. Okay? This ideology of solipsism invariably, when one subscribes to it, leads to moral relativism. And when you get moral relativism, other interesting things start to crop up. Once you have that, that's the beginning of the slide down into 100% total tyranny. Okay, because if there's no such thing as right or wrong, nothing anybody really does to anybody else matters. So you get ideologies like social Darwinism, the idea that the evolution of the species is determined by the best socially prepared to deal with anything that may be occurring in the culture. So a higher strata or class of society has the right to rule over, conquer, and even kill and destroy lower classes below it. Social Darwinism. You get things like eugenics, killing people based on your assessment of their breeding worth and their gene pool worth, like we saw during the Third Reich in Nazi Germany and other oppressive police state regimes throughout the world. And invariably it leads to totalitarianism and total tyranny. And we're going to get into that more. We'll unpack all of these ideas and concepts as this show progresses, but I'm going to leave it all there for now. I think that's given people a lot of things to think about. I'm glad we had some callers this hour. Please come out to these events that are planned in Philly that I mentioned earlier, and I'll see you guys next week right here on What on Earth is Happening. I'm Mark Passio. My website is whatonearthishappening.com. The network is revolutionbroadcasting.com. I'm signing off. I'll catch you guys right here next week.
Freedom, man. That's what it's all about. You've got to groove on freedom, like the good book says.
Welcome. You are listening to What on Earth is Happening. This show will discuss the topics of human consciousness, mind control, natural law, the occult, and all issues that affect the freedom of the people of Earth. What on Earth is Happening will endeavor to shine light upon the darkness of our world and to offer empowering solutions to the problems we face as humanity approaches its critical moment of choice. And now, here is your host, Mark Passio.
Freedom for the people, humanity, and all mankind. Liberate your soul and mind. It's waiting for you all to find. What incredible lyrics. Hello, everyone. Today is Tuesday, April 13th, 2010. I'm your host, Mark Passio, and you are listening to What on Earth is Happening. My website is whatonearthishappening.com. The network's website is revolutionbroadcasting.com. You can listen here live every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Before I get into the show topics for tonight, I want to, again, make a few announcements about events that are coming up, very important events that are coming up in the Philadelphia area. And I really would like to see a lot of people from this area come on out to these events because of the critical nature of how important they are at this time in history and how absolutely vital it is to get this information out to people that really have not heard of it yet and have not looked into this very critical data that we all need to be looking into if we're going to solve the problems that we are currently up against. So, the first event is a free documentary showing of America, Freedom to Fascism. The great documentary by the highly acclaimed film producer Aaron Russo. This is going to be this coming Monday, April 19th, from 7 p.m. at the Ethical Society building. That's at 1906 South Rittenhouse Square in Philadelphia. Here's the description. So a group in the area called Truth, Freedom, Prosperity. Truth, Freedom, Prosperity is hosting these documentaries at the Ethical Society. Truth, Freedom, Prosperity is proud to host our next feature film, a highly acclaimed film by the late, great Aaron Russo, America, Freedom to Fascism. If you haven't seen this film yet, please do everything in your power to be here. If you've seen it enough times to recite it word for word, then invite or bring as many guests as you would like. As always, there are no charge for these screenings. However, donations are encouraged to help pay for the venue. This documentary is about an honest search for the truth about the Federal Reserve Bank and the legality of the Internal Revenue System. Through extensive interviews with recognized experts and authorities, the director shows an astonishing revelation of how the federal government and the bankers have fooled the American people by taking their wages and putting it into the pockets of the super rich. The director goes so far as to interview one of the masterminds of the IRS code. And you, the viewer, can draw your own conclusions as to how the system works. This is not a documentary filled with opinions, conjecture, or editorial comment. It is a true documentary with a purpose, and that is to educate every wage earner about the Federal Reserve Bank and the IRS, how they got started, and where the money goes. It's extremely well done. It will make you laugh. It will make you angry. But most of all, it will inspire you to take action. That is what it is all about. For more information, visit truthfreedomprosperity.org. Okay, so that's the first event announcement for tonight. The second one, next Saturday, is the official End the Fed March, Rally, and Concert in Philadelphia. So I'm going to open this one up with a quote, okay? The Chinese philosopher Wang Yangming said that to know and not to do is not to know. And I would expand on that brilliant insight even more so. I would say to know and not to act is not to know or care. To know and not to act is really not to know or care. Think about that one, folks, because there's a lot of people that do understand how the Federal Reserve System and the federal income tax work, and yet they're frozen into inaction by their fear. And fear is something we're going to talk a lot about tonight when we get into our main topics for this evening. But I'll go on with the event announcement. I just think that's a very, very prudent thing to keep in mind. To know and to do nothing is really not to know, and it really means you don't really care enough to take proper moral action, what you know to be right. So the End the Fed March, Rally, and Concert. April 24th, that's next Saturday. This will be going on from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And the gathering is going to begin at City Hall, which is at 1500 Market Street in Philadelphia. And it's going to, there will then be a march down to the Federal Reserve building on, I believe that's at 5th and Arch Streets in Philadelphia. And then there'll be an outdoor rally with food and entertainment. So here's some commentary that I put on this event when I sent it out through my mailing list last week. I said, if you still don't understand how intricately related the Federal Reserve System is to the destruction of our natural freedoms, then you haven't really learned a thing, or you've chosen to deliberately ignore it out of apathy, laziness, cowardice, or all three. Words are not enough. If you value your freedom and the freedom of future generations of humanity, take action. Stand with us in courage at this event and become involved with this cause today. Truth, Freedom, Prosperity is proud to present the official End the Fed March and Rally for Philadelphia, April 24th, 2010. The schedule of events are as follows. 10 o'clock a.m., there'll be a gathering at the west side of City Hall. At 11:22, the march to the Federal Reserve Building will start. From 12:30 to 3 o'clock, there'll be an outdoor rally with food and entertainment, and speakers as well. The location of that will be at Independence Mall, State Park, or the Independence Visitor Center, depending on conditions. This is free to attend, but you're welcome to also make a donation to help pay for the event. The speakers and entertainment are as follows. There's going to be some musical acts that have themes in their music and lyrics inspired by the cause of freedom. Jordan Page will be playing, Amy Allen, Amp Killer, and Heist Click. Those are the scheduled musical acts, and the two speakers lined up so far are Michael Badnarik, who needs no introduction, constitutionalist. His website is constitutionpreservation.org. And Gigi Bowman from Liberty Candidates. That's liberty-candidates.org. They'll be the two speakers. For more information on this event, go to endthefed.us or truthfreedomprosperity.org. So those are the announcements that I have for tonight. And the next thing I want to do is give the call-in number. The call-in number for this show is 347-884-9417. The call-in number, 347-884-9417. You're welcome to call in. And hold on when you call. I will get to your call. I check the switchboard frequently during the show. I may not get to you immediately, but once you call in, just hold tight and I will get to you, okay? So, in previous weeks on this show, what we've been doing basically is largely philosophical. It's largely conceptual. We've been talking about the aspects of human consciousness, how there are three basic aspects to our consciousness: thought, emotion, and action. We started looking at the human brain and its basic structures, also a threefold or a three-tiered system, the triune brain, comprised of the R complex, the limbic system, and the human neocortex. We looked at what brain imbalances cause, what they do to the brain when either the left brain is completely dominant or the right brain is completely dominant in an individual. So what we're trying to really get down to on this show, and this will continue as the weeks go on, are causal factors. That's what this show is really all about. And that's what's going to really set it apart from a lot of other programs that really do a lot to discuss and to reveal the symptoms of what's taking place in our reality, but don't very much really look at the underlying causal factors, the deep relationships and the things that really go into creating the external reality that we see and that we experience. That's what the show really is all about, getting down to causal factors, causality. And basically, we looked at the two basic ways that human beings are fooled, the two basic ways, the reasons for human suffering. It's incredibly simple. People accept that which isn't true, and they refuse to accept that which is true. That's it. It really is that simple, folks. People accept lies and refuse to accept truth. And there is such a thing as truth. And that can really be boiled down, the causal factors that are really creating the human condition can really be boiled down to one phrase: the ability to tell truth from falsehood. The ability to tell truth from falsehood. That's what is creating our experience in the world. That's it. That simple. But we'll expand on that. We'll unpack it further. We'll look at different aspects of it. We've been also discussing a philosophy over the last couple of weeks called solipsism. The idea that there is no such thing as truth, that perception is reality, that really the only thing that is real is the contents of one's own mind. And I call this the biggest lie. This is the underlying fundamental lie upon which all other lies are built, because it is making the claim that an individual is the personal arbiter of truth in one's own life. The truth is not something to be discovered and accepted, that you can make it up as you go along. And more people are a victim of this ideology than anyone would even imagine, would even care to imagine. It's a rampant ideology. If you really start to talk to people and try to get down to their basic underlying worldview, which is another thing we're going to talk about today on the show, you understand that many people's worldview is based in solipsism. So for today's show, we'll be discussing that a little bit more when we come to the topic of worldview. What I'm going to do on the show today, and hopefully I'll break this between the 2 hours somewhat evenly, is I'm going to discuss the concept of polarity. Polarity. Okay? Now, before I even get into this, I want to address one other thing about how I'm going to do things on the show. For the next several weeks, we'll probably continue to break down conceptual ideas and philosophies and really underlying things that people have to have a background in understanding if we're going to understand the bigger picture. So probably for at least the next month, I'll continue to break down and expand upon topics and concepts, and these are largely, again, related with causal factors of what's going on, and they're largely contained in my presentation, but some things, I'll expand even further on, since we have more time to do that. I want to address, for some people that are familiar with this material already, bear with me, because there's a lot of people who don't have a background in this material and may be coming to it for the first time. So, when they come to the site, when they turn the show on, when they download a podcast, this may be new for a lot of people, and I hope it will be new for a lot of people. Otherwise, we're not reaching anyone new. So there's a delicate balance to walk here with moving too fast and losing people who may be completely new to this information versus moving too slowly and perhaps boring people that want to get into further details and topics. So again, I'm going to try to strike that balance, and bear with me. You're welcome to comment on how well I'm doing at that and, give some suggestions. But after we go through a few more weeks of basic conceptual material, then I think I'll start having some guests on the show and interviewing people and getting their take on things. So that's how it's going to work. And for today, the two basic topics that I'd like to cover, the first one is polarity, and we're going to look at the two basic emotional polarities. There are really only two basic forces at work within us, and they take different forms, and they have different manifestations. So we'll look at these two seemingly opposite, polarized forces. So that's what's called polarity, okay? Opposites. or as we'll see as we go further into the topic, seeming opposites. The next topic, the next part of tonight's breakdown of concepts is going to be worldview. We got a little bit into this during the last program, but basically worldview is exactly what it sounds like. It's how do we view the world that we live in? How do we view our relationship to the world, our relationship in the wider picture of things, and our relationship to other people. So worldview is really the driving factor behind what we are creating in our lives. Essentially, what we think about most of the time is what we're becoming. What we think about most of the time is what we're becoming. The worldview that we hold shapes the events that manifest. I'll say that again. The worldview that we hold shapes the events that manifest in our lives. So the way we think is critically important to what is actually taking place on the screen in front of us, so to speak, what we see out there in the world. So these are the two concepts that I'll be working with and breaking down in detail tonight: polarity and worldview. So let's start with polarity. And, again, not everyone is familiar with some of these concepts and words, so I'll spell polarity for everyone. This is P-O-L-A-R-I-T-Y, polarity. There are two basic underlying emotional forces. These are forces that are indwelling within us. You could look at them as emanations, or you could look at them as essences. These are things that really can't be boiled down much further. They're primary things. Okay? They're primary causers. These are prime movers, you can look at them as. So there are two essential emotions, and they're polar opposites of each other, at least seemingly. So let me explain what I mean by seeming polar opposites. In any quality that you can really think of, there are scales, or there are degrees within. Okay, so look at the dynamics of hot and cold. Hot and cold. Are these really opposites? Really? Well, most people would say, sure, they're completely opposite. If something's hot, it's not cold. If something's cold, it's not hot. But if you look a little bit deeper than the seeming opposite nature of these two qualities, hot and cold, you'll see that really all you're talking about when you talk about hot and cold is energy. That's all. You're talking about how much energy is indwelling within the thing that you're measuring. So temperature is a measuring scale for energy. Okay? If there's a lot of heat energy, we call it hot. If there isn't a lot of heat energy, or there's largely an absence of heat energy, we call it cold. So when you look at it from that perspective, are they really polar opposites? No. They're really measures of the same dynamic, heat energy. And that's all there really is, heat energy. Okay? There isn't hot and cold. Those are two polar perceptions. It's a way of looking at heat energy. You're comparing it to something else, to another extreme of the scale. Because if there was only one temperature, there would be no such thing as the concept of temperature. I'll say that again. If there were only one temperature, there would be no such thing as the concept of temperature. You would have nothing to compare it against at all. Everything is one temperature. It always was, it is now, it always will be. Then the concept of temperature would never even occur to any being. You couldn't even think of what temperature is. There's no comparison, there's no scale of comparison. So you could do this with another dynamic like light and dark. Well, it seems like two polar opposites again. But if you really look at that, those are just measures of the same dynamic. Once again, light or its absence. Because dark isn't actually a thing. It's simply the absence of light. Light energy. You go into a room with a dark room with a candle, you're bearing light energy into the room. And you could say, okay, that candle lit up the room and there's light here now. You can't do the same thing with darkness. You can't shine darkness into a room. The concept doesn't make any sense because there's really no such thing as darkness. There's only light energy or its absence. So we will see that this concept applies in the emotional polarities that I'm going to discuss on this show. That there really is only one thing contained within these seeming polar opposites. The other thing is the illusory component. It's something that really isn't there, but we see it as being there, so we have a scale of comparison to compare the real thing against, to come to know the real essence. Okay? So look at it in the context of light and darkness. There really is only light energy, or light energy not manifesting itself, and we call that darkness. Okay? So the two basic emotional polarities. The first one is the essence of everything that we perceive as good or feeling good. Anything that we perceive in that context, what creates anything that we perceive as feeling good within us, or what we perceive as good for us in the external reality that we exist in. And it's very simple. Most people immediately understand what this is. Most people get this on the first shot. If you ask them, what is the underlying essence of everything that we perceive of as good, as uplifting, as beneficial, as truly powerful, and of course, the word that I'm talking about is love. Love is the first basic emotional polarity, the first basic seeming polarity, as I will further explain. This isn't, what I'm talking about here when I talk about love is not a romance novel or a Hollywood movie definition of love. So this isn't possessing someone. This isn't, being jealous about somebody. This isn't trying to keep someone. It isn't attachment to someone else. These are dramatized and romanticized notions of love that we see in popular fiction and on mainstream media and in Hollywood. That's not the concept that I'm talking about here. Love is the force which expands consciousness. I'll say that again because of how important that statement is. Love is the force that expands human consciousness, that expands consciousness, period. Okay? It is the force which opens up and flowers consciousness. So anything that is moving us toward a greater understanding of ourselves and the world in which we live, and that is expanding consciousness outward to ever greater and greater awareness, that is love. That's what love is. Now, some people will say, well, you can't really define love or put a definition on it because it limits it. But if you really think about the words that I'm saying here in a wider context, this explains what this powerful force really is. It is that which opens up and expands human consciousness. Now, of course, there is this seeming opposite, or this polarity, that goes against the force of love and seeks to do the exact opposite. So love expands consciousness and moves it to ever greater states of awareness. The opposite emotional polarity from love that closes awareness down. It shuts down. It is the compressive force. Closes consciousness down. Makes you not want to look. Makes you not want to seek. Makes someone not want to understand or care or act. And most people usually will get this if given the opportunity to take a guess at what it is. Some people will guess hate because they, in word association, generally think of that as the first thing that is the opposite of love. But hate is a manifestation of this force. And of course, the force that I'm referring to is fear. Fear is the opposite emotional polarity from love. It's the force which closes down human consciousness. It strangles the flowering of consciousness. It makes people cut off from their higher nature. And these two basic emotional polarities, love, which is the expansive force, and fear, which is the contractive force, have both of them, each of them have internal qualities. They have qualities which express within us, within our consciousness. They also have qualities which create something in the external reality that we live in. So they have what I call an internal and an external manifestation. So love has an internal manifestation and love has an external manifestation. Fear has an internal manifestation and an external manifestation. So let's get into these four other qualities, the internal and external qualities of love and fear. So, if we look at the internal expression of love. How does the love force manifest internally within us, within our consciousness? What we're basically saying is, if the expansive force of consciousness, which we call love, manifests in an individual, the expansive force of consciousness manifests within the individual, what could we describe that state or that manifestation as? Well, you could give it a few names. You could call it self-love. And that's one way of looking at it. Some people would describe this state as enlightenment, and that's another way of looking at it. Some people would describe this state as balance or harmony within. So internal peace is another way you could look at it. That's a very good way of looking at this quality, this internal manifestation of the force of love within an individual. Now, I have a specific name for it that I talk about in my presentation, and the name may be misleading to some people when they first hear it spoken. But let me explain what I view this internal quality as. We talked about in earlier shows the three aspects of human consciousness: thought, emotion, and action. When we bring these three aspects into harmony within us, such that there is no internal contradiction within our consciousness. So, what that means is, we are a person that behaves in a way such that as we think, so we feel, and so we act in the world. So the way that we think, what's going on inside our mind, reflects in perfect balance and unison what's going on inside our heart center, okay, our care, our emotions. And these two qualities, what we think and what we feel within, are not in internal opposition with how we act or behave in the world, with things that we do. Our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions are unified as one, and there is no internal contradiction or opposition between those three things. Now, let's think about this in a symbolic context for a minute before I go further. The thoughts are the creator aspect. What we create has to exist as a thought, the emanation. Okay, this is the essence quality. Then we have an internal manifestation called our emotions. This is the spirit side. So we have the mind aspect of thought. That's the essence. Then we have the internal quality, which is the emotions. And that's the spiritual aspect. The spirit in which we do things is called our emotions. And then there is a byproduct, okay, a male byproduct, because actions are a male essence. We do them outwardly. Actions are thrust outward into the world. So the male child of our thoughts and our emotions is our actions. So we have a trinity here. We have a creator aspect, we have a spirit aspect, and we have a child aspect, a male child, a son. Okay, so there's the essence, thoughts, that's mind. That goes on in the mind. That's the creator. The internal quality, the emotions. That's the Holy Spirit, or the sacred feminine, the goddess. And then there's the child, the divine child, a male child, the son, so to speak, symbolically. That's our actions in the world, the byproduct of the marriage of our thoughts and our emotions. Now, if they are all one, all three of these things are one, we don't have any internal opposition. Now, the word opposition is critical to understand. If you go back and look at the ancient Hebrew language, there's a word that means opposer, opposition, adversary. And that word is shatan, where we get the word Satan from. Okay? It means that which divides, that which opposes, that which creates opposition. Because this force, the adversary, the opposer, the one who divides us, gets into us the minute that we are internally divided, because our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions are not operating in unison as one. We're not a being that as we think, so we feel, so we act. We'll often do something in opposition to how we say we feel. This is the betrayal of the spirit, because you're going against what you know to be right and what you feel to be right. Sin against the spirit. Taking an action for a justification. I know that I should be doing this, but I'm going to do this, which is not in the spirit of what I know and feel. And that is the force called Shatan, or Satan, the opposer, the adversary. It's not an actual being that people imagine in different religious connotations. It's a way of being in the world. That's the kind of being that it is. And there's mostly just about everyone exists in this state of opposition at some point or another in their lives, and continues to exist in that state of opposition. There's very few people who are a completely united being and do and take the actions that they say, they think, and feel. Because it's hard. It requires courage. It requires an immense amount of courage. And there's so many things that are built up in this world to make us go against our better judgment. And we justify it. We keep justifying those things. Oh, if I didn't do that, then there would be these repercussions. If I did that, there would be these repercussions. There's an endless supply of justifications that we provide for not doing the correct moral thing in life. And this, to take this back to the concept of the emotional polarities, specifically the internal, indwelling aspect of the dynamic of love, the force of love. The state that I refer to as the expression of love, when it comes to fruition, when it comes to flowering inside an individual, I call it dominion. Dominion. This is a word that means rulership. It means that someone is the king or queen. They have dominion. This is self-dominion. Doesn't imply any external ownership or rulership. This is dominion of the kingdom of self. You could call it mastery, as many people have. That's why we refer to great masters and wisdom teachers and avatars. They had dominion. As they thought, so they felt, so they acted. And those three existed in harmony. They weren't divided within. They didn't have the indwelling force of the adversary, the opposer, opposition, that divides us from inside of ourselves. So that's what I mean by dominion. You could call it self-control. You could call it self-ownership. Self-ownership. And a great word that really does represent this concept. I actually thought of even changing the word that I use in the presentation to this word because it really does sum up this concept perfectly. And I would say you could use it interchangeably with dominion or self-love or harmony within or internal peace or internal balance. Okay? And that's sovereignty. Sovereignty. Because what sovereignty really means is the same thing as dominion. If you break the word down, reign, self-reign, self-ownership, self-governance. No external governance, no external control, internal governance, internal control over one's thoughts, emotions, and actions. And knowing how to use all of those things in harmony, such that we're not divided within ourselves. That is the state that I call dominion, and that you could call many things. Probably a very good synonym with dominion would be sovereignty. And that's what this show is ultimately all about. It is about sovereignty. Sovereignty. Self-rulership. No masters. Self-ownership. The only way we can really come to that state, to that condition within ourselves, is if we become beings that as we think, so we feel, and so we act. So we act. And I'm stressing that for an extremely important reason, because that's what this is all about. The courage to act. Now, when this condition is not present, there is a state of mind that takes over an individual. Well, if dominion or sovereignty is self-love, it's self-ownership, it's self-rulership, being the king or queen of one's own personal kingdom of self. What is the opposite, the polar opposite of that state. So this would mean that the being is essentially ruled by the force of fear, the opposite of love. Well, this would mean that the person is always in internal opposition with themselves. They're always in contradiction between what they think, what they feel, and how they act. These three things are never in harmony in a being internally ruled by fear. If their consciousness is governed by the force of fear, the state of consciousness within results in a condition that's very simple, and it's called confusion. Confusion. What confusion is the state of internal disharmony and the state of the consciousness being closed down and cut off from higher self, cut off from higher levels of awareness. Someone in this condition is not capable of knowing truth from falsehood. They don't even know what's going on inside them. How would anybody expect them to understand what's going on in the external reality that they live in? And to be able to tell what's real from what's fantasy and what's illusion? They don't understand what's taking place in their own thoughts or in their own emotions because they're in such a state of confusion that they're not in touch with their emotional compass, their guidance system for direction in life. They don't value truth and understand how natural law works, how getting in touch with truth improves the quality of our life, and not caring about it makes our life turn to complete disarray and breakdown. Someone in confusion does not really love themselves. They don't have internal love, the true expression of love. They may think they understand what love is in a limited definition, in a limited scope, but they do not really have internally dwelling self-love. They couldn't possibly understand freedom. They couldn't possibly understand sovereignty. Those words are meaningless to a person in a state of internal opposition. A person in this state of consciousness can pretty much be made or led to do anything. They don't really have a strong internal makeup. Their psychological condition is frail and weak. They are led. They are the lead. And sooner or later, the lead will become the dead. Harsh, yes, but true, definitely. Okay? So these are really critical concepts to understand and keep in mind. Person in this state, governed by fear, will always be in a state of confusion, which is internal opposition. This is the internally manifesting quality of fear. So, we have love and fear. We have dominion or sovereignty and confusion or indwelling opposition within the being. What do these things create externally What do they create in the outside world that we see on the screen of reality, so to speak? Well, when love is present and has grown to a great extent in many individuals in the wider reality, in the shared reality that we all live in, there's a state that comes online. There's a condition that bursts onto the world. Because if love, the true essence of love, the expansion of human consciousness, is carried within many individuals in any society, and those many individuals truly understand what's taking place inside themselves, and they live in a way that is reflected by the notion that as they think, so they feel, and so they act, the condition that will eventually erupt onto the world is called freedom. Freedom is the external manifestation of the love force. Freedom is the external manifestation of the force of love. And that can only occur when enough of the individual consciousnesses, human beings on this planet, come within themselves to a state of dominion, of sovereignty, of self-rulership, because they've made the active free will decision to take actions that are in keeping with their thoughts and their emotions. And they cannot be driven apart from that. They cannot be made to go against what they know to be right and what they feel in their heart to be right. Their actions will be one with those qualities. And freedom won't occur in this world 1 second before that state occurs within many, 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 many more individuals walking on this world. Don't expect it until people change their mind, their hearts, and their actions in drastic ways compared to what they're thinking, feeling, and doing now. Now, the opposite of freedom, the external manifestation of the force of fear. External manifestation of the force of fear. Fear is the force which shuts down consciousness. It's the force which divides us. It's the force which puts us into a state of internal opposition or confusion. When that goes into the external reality widely, such that many, many, many people are not self-governed, don't understand sovereignty, aren't concerned with the truth, aren't concerned with freedom, and are totally in a state of opposition within. You get a condition that manifests in the shared reality that we live in. And that condition is control. Control. And this time I do mean external control. People trying to control the actions of other people. even if they're not doing anything to harm anyone. You get people wanting to control more and more and more and more. And it's never enough. Ultimately, this condition leads to slavery. And largely, that's where we're at, folks. For those who don't know that yet. Many people listening to this show just happen to be coming through my website for the first time. Understand that's where we're at. And if we're going to get out of that, we have to become united, not divided anymore within. Becoming beings that as we think, so we feel, and so we act. And that's a tall task that requires a lot of courage. And I'm going to leave it there for the first hour. And I'm going to, I'll give the websites and the call-in number, and then I'll start the music for the second hour. All right? So the websites are whatonearthishappening.com and revolutionbroadcasting.com. If anybody wants to talk about these concepts for the second hour, the call-in number is 347-884-9417. I'm Mark Passio. This is What on Earth is Happening. See you for the next hour.
Freedom, man. That's what it's all about. You've got to groove on freedom, like the good book says.
Welcome. You are listening to What on Earth is Happening. This show will discuss the topics of human consciousness, mind control, natural law, the occult, and all issues that affect the freedom of the people of Earth. What on Earth is Happening will endeavor to shine light upon the darkness of our world and to offer empowering solutions to the problems we face as humanity approaches its critical moment of choice. And now, here is your host, Mark Passio.
All right, we're back. This is What on Earth is Happening. I'm your host, Mark Passio. Today is Tuesday, April 13th, 2010. The websites are whatonearthishappening.com and revolutionbroadcasting.com. The call-in number for this show is 347-884-9417. I'm going to go straight to the announcements, and after that, I am going to, I see we have a caller. I'm going to go to some calls. Hold on, caller. I will get to you. I'm going to make some announcements again, and I'm just going to briefly recap what I talked about on the previous hour. So, 2 announcements for events that are upcoming. This coming Monday, April 19th, 7 o'clock p.m., at the Ethical Society Building in Philadelphia, 1906 South Rittenhouse Square. There is going to be a free documentary showing of Aaron Russo's great film, his great documentary, America, Freedom to Fascism. This event is hosted by the great group in Philadelphia called Truth, Freedom, Prosperity. Check out their website at truthfreedomprosperity.org. Okay, so that is America. Freedom to Fascism. Free documentary showing Monday, April 19th, 7 o'clock p.m. at the Ethical Society Building, 1906 South Rittenhouse Square in Philadelphia. I know a lot of people in this area have seen this film, but how many people haven't? That's the question. How many people have never heard of any of the concepts or ideas in this film? Well, bring some people out to this event. So many people out there are unaware and need to understand what's in this film. Okay? Just because you've seen it and you know it doesn't mean everyone does. Do the real hard work and try to twist somebody's arm to come out to see this thing, because it'll enlighten them a lot and hopefully get them to look into some other things. Now, the second event. And on the last hour, I read a quote by the Chinese philosopher Wang Yangming. And I'll read it again, and I'm going to give my take on this. He said, "To know and not to do is not to know. To know and not to do is not to know." And I would expand on that great gem of wisdom. I would say, to know and not to act is not to know or care. To know and not to act is not to know or care. You know, I see a lot of people going out to lectures. I see a lot of people attending documentaries. I see a lot of people attending discussions. I see a lot of people attending healing sessions and New Age-inspired events. But when it comes to the End the Fed rallies, you get about 200 people in a metropolitan region of over 5.5 million, 6 million maybe, in the entire wider metropolitan area of a city like Philadelphia, where the founding fathers of this country walked, where philosophers like Thomas Paine and Thomas Jefferson walked and wrote and conveyed their understanding of true freedom. But, you know, people when it comes to standing up to a real demon like the Federal Reserve System, don't want to take action. So I sent out a mailing about this on my mailing list, and I'm going to read it here. The End the Fed March, Rally, and Concert for Philadelphia, PA, April 24th. That's a Saturday. Most people are off work on Saturday morning into afternoon. Saturday, April 24th, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's going to begin at City Hall in Philadelphia, the west side of the City Hall building, 1500 Market Street, Philadelphia. If you still don't understand how intricately related the Federal Reserve System is to the destruction of our natural freedoms, then you haven't really learned a thing. Or you've chosen to deliberately ignore it out of apathy, laziness, cowardice, or all three. Words are not enough. If you value your freedom and the freedom of future generations of humanity, take action. Stand with us in courage at this event and become involved with this cause today. Truth, Freedom, Prosperity is proud to present the official End the Fed March and Rally for Philadelphia, April 24th, 2010. The schedule of events are as follows. At 10 o'clock a.m., there'll be a gathering at the west side of City Hall. At 11:22 a.m., there will be a march down to the Federal Reserve Bank. From about 12:30 to 3 p.m., there'll be an outdoor rally with food and entertainment and speakers. The location of this will be Independence Mall State Park or Independence Visitor Center, depending on conditions. This event is free to attend, and it is about your freedom. can make a suggested donation of only $5 to help pay for the event if you wish. The speakers and entertainment are as follows. There's going to be a concert. It's headlined by Jordan Page. Also performing will be Amy Allen, Ant Killer, and Heist Click. The speakers will be Michael Badnarik, the constitutionalist. His website is constitutionpreservation.org. Also speaking is Gigi Bowman from Liberty Candidates. The website is liberty-candidates.org. For more information, visit endthefed.us and truthfreedomprosperity.org. If you're in the Philadelphia area, I highly recommend that you join up to truthfreedomprosperity.org, because these guys are one of the few groups that are tackling the true issues that concern human freedom in this area. So visit their website and join today. That's all for the announcements. Last show, I was talking about polarity and the seemingly opposite polarities of love and fear, the basic emotional polarities. And I say seemingly opposite because ultimately one of these is an illusion. And I don't think it's difficult for anybody with any understanding to figure out which one is the true illusion, even though we seem so trapped in it. Fear is an illusion, folks. It doesn't exist. Only love exists, and fear is simply the absence of its expression, of the expression of love. That's it. It really doesn't exist on its own. It is an illusory force, an illusory quality when we begin to forget who we really are. So for now, that's all I'll say about that. I'm going to go into a little more on this, and then I'll be getting into the topic of worldview if time permits. But I see we have a caller on the line, so I'm going to attempt to take this call. Let's see how this goes. Caller, you're on What on Earth is Happening. Welcome. Hello, are you there? Hello, caller. Hello, caller, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
Fine. I have a question.
Sure. What is your name?
Andrea.
Hi, Andrea. How are you?
Hi.
Yes.
My question is, this is the first time I've heard your radio show, and I'm kind of confused as to what exactly it is I can't find the word. You're under the topic of spirituality, yet it sounds like you've got political agendas kind of worked into it too. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying that this is what I've observed. And
it's absurd?
No, not. I didn't say absurd. This is what I've observed.
I missed that word then.
This is what I've observed.
You've observed that. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. And the reason why I'm mentioning it is because I have not ever come across a radio show or anyone so far that kind of intertwines the two, within philosophy of our own existence and what love and fear is, and then kind of integrating that within ourselves, and then having that kind of emerge into the wider scope of our world, such as politics and right and wrong.
Right.
I just want to know, did I just assess what it is that you more or less have been speaking about?
You absolutely have assessed it correctly. And the reason that our world is in the state that it is in is because many, many more people have not made this association. That's why the world is in the condition that it's in. That's why people are in the condition that they are in.
Okay,
if you don't understand that these two things are intricately interrelated, what is going on in the world of what you termed politics, okay, which I would say is simply the world of control, the world of attempting to put out the light of spirit. It is the world of control, of beings that actually believe that they are authority over other beings, sovereign beings. The spiritual movement is largely, and I want to be very clear about what I'm going to say here. A lot of the spiritual movements, or the so-called New Age movements that are out there in the world today, are largely, not all, but largely traps. They are largely places that are used for controlled opposition, for taking someone to a certain level of understanding and then having them pitch their tent there and not go higher up the mountain to understand the wider aspect of what is taking place on this planet. Now, you can choose to believe that or not. I'm not even putting that out there as something that I think or believe. I know this is the case. I know how they're operating and they work. But your assessment about that I am integrating these two seemingly opposite spectrums, spirituality and what you call politics, is absolutely correct. And the reason that we're not collectively, as a race of beings, making more progress towards solving the planet's problems in consciousness is because this completely interwoven and causal relationship between these two, what would to many people be seemingly opposite dynamics, have not been brought together and understood in their connected context.
Okay. I hear you. Can I ask you another question?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. This is a little bit off to the side, but yet I think it's relevant.
There's no taboo topics here. There's no taboo topics here. You could ask whatever you want openly. Go right ahead.
It has to do with psychology and chemistry.
Sure. Okay.
I've noticed that women have, and just from what I've read and my experiences, that women have a better ability to integrate their feelings and their rational thinking kind of together using both sides of their brain, and then taking that and kind of learning how to integrate where they are, and then after that then they just become the action of who they are by taking both into account. Versus men have a tendency, not all of them, I'm just saying in general,
yes,
have a tendency to be more left brain, more logical, more just, kind of cut off from their core emotions, because they're brought up that way, and also chemistry kind of reigns in that direction too with them.
I totally agree. I totally agree with you on those points.
And I guess what's confusing me in my life are these two subjects, men and women.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess what I'm saying is that, is it possible for, well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that women have kind of been looked down upon or considered weak or incapable because sometimes they have a tendency to go more over on their emotional side than they do their reasonable, logical side.
Right.
And men seem to go overboard more on their logical side and totally disconnect themselves from their emotional side and render that obsolete or stupid.
I agree, and it's important. It's important to say that yes, these are generalities. You're making generalities, and that's fine. I have no problem with that, because what you're saying is largely accurate. It is, in general, there is a dichotomy or a schism between the sexes. Now, they want us, and when I say they, I mean people who are trying to manipulate us based on this dynamic, based on the awareness of this general dynamic that you're referring to, want to use this as a divide and conquer technique, so that the differences between the sexes is played up until we look at it as something that we identify with and cling to. And there is physiological, chemical bases for these dynamics that you're referring to, and you are largely correct that this is largely how they play out. no doubt about it, more women have a more right brain tendencies, more right brain functionality taking place in the brain, and that puts them better in touch with their emotional sensibilities, and some of them do come into better union with their logical side, some don't, but men definitely tend to be much more imbalanced to the left brain hemisphere. And Andrea, did you happen to catch my first couple of programs? Or is this the first time you're listening? Okay. I would recommend that you go to my website, whatonearthishappening.com. I'd recommend that you check out the videos that I have up there. There's around 16 or 17 hours of videos up there, 2 different lecture series, a 4-part series where I discuss these dynamics. And if you check out the podcast page, the first 2 shows that are up there, this is technically the 3rd show. The first 2 shows, particularly in the 2nd show, I get into the brain chemistry and the structures in the brain, and I break that down. And I'm actually going to talk about this dynamic more tonight when I get into worldview and what I call the worldview schism. And there's 2 essential worldviews that, let's say, the force of fear wants to push people of this world into, okay? One of them is a very left-brain, imbalanced worldview. And people who are extremely left-brained fall for this worldview, this general way of looking at the world and themselves in it. And then I'm going to break down an extremely right-brained, imbalanced worldview, and those who are very right-brained and have many right-brain tendencies and faculties often fall for this worldview. And I'm going to propose a 3rd overarching, unifying worldview that takes concepts from both of these general worldviews and unites them so that we can understand what really is going on and how, if we fall for one side or another, a false choice, okay, often a choice that is presented to us to make us imagine that we have a choice between 2 things, largely just like politics, just like the political spectrum of conservative versus liberal, Democrat versus Republican, conservative versus Labor Party, all an illusion, all 2 sides of the same coin, 2 wings on the same bird. It's dialectical mechanics. When you give people a choice between 2 things, 9 out of 10 times they will pick one. This is the child being seated at the table that doesn't want to eat his meal, doesn't want to eat his vegetables. So you say, hey, Jimmy, you have a choice tonight. Do you want corn or peas? You don't say you're going to end up eating one of these vegetables, like it or not. You make the child think that he has a choice. So you say, you want corn or peas tonight, Jimmy? And he'll say, peas. And he thinks he's made that decision, when in fact the decision was already made. He was going to end up with one or the other.
Very similar to a theory of training horses is like that too.
Absolutely. And rats and other animals. And, because largely mammalian animals generally have this type of thought pattern, and the structure to their thoughts works in this dialectical methodology. If you understand how that works in the human psyche, and many, many other people do not, it puts you in a unique place of advantage over them to be able to control their actions and their decision-making processes.
It's a form of manipulation in a sense. Is that what you're saying?
It absolutely is manipulation. It is mind control. It is mind control. It is no less than mind control. And that we're going to talk so much about mind control on this show because I don't like to use the word expert, but as far as experts on mind control goes, I'm about as close to one of them as you're going to find. I've been in, let's just say for now, unique situations where these techniques were unveiled, used, honed, refined, etc. So I will be exposing methodologies of mind control. That's all I'll say about that for now, but future shows will focus specifically on mind control methodologies. And that's in my lectures and presentations on my website. If you go up there, check them out. You should really keep an open mind, because it's heavy, weighty material for those who are coming to it for the first time. Take them in order. Don't go out of order. You know, it really does require establishing a tapestry of information. And if the tapestry is unwound, the picture falls apart. This is, I refer to it as a jigsaw puzzle that's thrown. Life is like a jigsaw puzzle. What's happening on this planet is like a jigsaw puzzle that's thrown at someone in a dark room. The object is to gather up as many pieces as you possibly can, then bring them to a place of light where you could assemble them. And you don't need to gather every piece. You do need to gather most of the pieces if you're to see the larger picture emerge. And we need to do that together, collectively, if we're going to see the bigger picture. So if you do decide to go up to my site and check out the material that is on there, please keep an open mind. Understand that this information is not mine. Now, I want to stress that over and over again on this show. This information does not belong to me. There's no copyright on this information. I don't sell anything on my website. Okay? This is information that belongs to everyone in the world. And it is simply information that I have discovered on my journey of seeking. That's it. But, you know, it doesn't require belief. I'm putting it on the table for observation and investigation. And that's really what it is all about. This can be corroborated if research is done, and many people have done that work and research. And if someone finds something that they don't agree with, don't like, leave it, take what you want, and leave the rest. That's it. No one's beliefs, no one needs believe anything that is said here. But again, I would also like to stress that I don't present this information as my belief system either. I present this information as information that I have learned and understood about what is occurring on the planet that we live on.
Basically, kind of a breakdown of spirituality, morals, and ethics. That's what I think is happening right now.
Yes.
And
sure.
It's devastating. I see it in our children. You know, and sometimes I wonder, the majority of students are suffering from lead poisoning.
Sure.
Because they don't seem to have any real grounded sense of right and wrong. Because they're not being taught that, because a majority of their parents are either dysfunctional, divorced, or didn't grow up in a well-grounded family that had values.
That's right.
And I just see that more and more. I don't know if it's my imagination.
It's certainly. It is certainly not your imagination. If you have any hesitancy or fear about that, don't. It's not your imagination. There are many people who really see this, and there are many people who understand how this really works. And what you alluded to, you know, lead poisoning or mercury poisoning, salt, metal.
Put it that way, but it's like sometimes it's like they're not there. They're disconnected. They don't know what it is to be connected to themselves, in a sense, in a grounded sense. Or even the beginnings of that should be appearing by a certain age, and it's not. I'm just generalizing again, but it's like a little bit overgeneralizing too. From what
that's okay. That's okay. Another thing I won't discourage when people call in is some generalizing. I mean, if we start to use the word all, then okay, we're getting into you know, hairy vicinity there. generalizing and saying, yes, most people, this is what's happening largely with the young. You're correct, largely. I mean, we can't be afraid to say what certain numbers are as we see them, because somebody with some discernment and with, a view that really is looking at what's truly going on and not being a wide-eyed optimist or a naive person can say, yes, this is happening with most people or most of the young. It's not your imagination.
Well, I can say from my perspective, this is what I'm...
Right. That's fine. I mean, look at what we're putting into our children's bodies, the types of food with the types of chemicals, preservatives, pesticides, additives. Look at what is in vaccines. We'll talk about food and vaccines on this show. It's a chemical cocktail, a chemical sludge cocktail that does horrors to the human immune system and nervous system, particularly the brain. When soft metals get into the brain through the blood-brain barrier, what would you expect to happen? Would you expect morality centers, lighting up and bursting forth, and the human neocortex really coming into coherence? No, you're going to expect somebody that is becoming dumbed down, not just intellectually, but emotionally and spiritually as well. And we'll talk about all of this on this show, because again, there's no taboo topics here, and we will look at the dark. The object isn't focusing and dwelling on that, but look, to not look at what actually is ignoring information. It's ignoring the truth. It isn't that this is negative. This is taking place. No information is negative. What's negative is if we ignore it and do nothing when we had a chance to act. That's what's negative. We need to look at our shadow side with an open mind and open eyes and confront it and work with it and through it. I've said this before on this show, and I'll probably say it a million more times as the weeks progress. There's no escape. There is no escape. We're not going to escape this condition or this lesson. The way out is through. The way out is through. We need to go through the darkness to get to the light.
Yeah, I know.
Make no mistake
wonderful song that sings that. I'm sorry. Go on.
Yes.
Yeah,
No,
I know a song that has that same title. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're bringing up really great points. It was great call, and I hope you'll listen in future weeks, and I hope that you'll check out my site and some of the videos up there. And I want to thank you for calling and raising really, really thoughtful points. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Goodbye.
Bye.
We have another caller, I think. No, they hung up. Okay, so that was Andrea. Great points that she brought up. So far, some really great callers on the show, of the few that we've had. I'll give the call-in number again. Call-in number is 347-884-9417. That's 347-884-9417. So if anyone else calls in, I'll take their call, and we can see what's on other listeners' minds. But in the meantime, what I'll do is break down another topic and see how far we can get into this. And if we have another caller. Here we go. Let's see what's on this caller's mind. Here we go. Caller, you're on What on Earth is Happening?
Hello there. 941.
How are you? Can you state your name? Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Sir, you're breaking up a little bit. You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm breaking up, and hopefully I can hold it there, or I can call you back from the other phone. Apologize.
That's okay.
He's on my line. He's on my line, and apologize anyway.
No problem. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
You can. All right. Basically, I got a little overview or feeling about what the show is, and also I'm kind of late on that. But I have opinion just about anything, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Not necessarily hostile opinion or not necessarily cynical opinion. But we're talking about basically consciousness. Is that what you're talking about? Examining human consciousness?
That is absolutely right.
That's the core point. I think that's a mystery, and everybody debates about it. From Harvard lecturers to the other side of Deborah Chopra to a lot of mystics. That's a big question. So if we're talking about that, at least my opinion, I don't want to use the word humble, but my opinion, maybe my humble opinion, because I'm just another human being, is a matter of both examination and faith. We're always going to oscillating. We're always going to be going back and forth. Consciousness, if life has to be beautiful, consciousness will never have to be explained. If we explain consciousness clearly as a water is in a phase or as the law of physics, and then we're in trouble. We're in big trouble. There's a book that I'm working on that has to do with some kind of take why the mysteries are there.
Right.
And the reason that the mysteries are there for a reason, and that is not to hurt us, but to help us. I don't want to go into it too much on that. I can jump in a different... Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So people are looking for answers, but the answers are they are the truth, and they should be there for a positive reasons that we can never imagine. If we have... we have questions. The question has to be there for a good reason. If we have answers, we're in trouble. Now, again, my book talks about that, and it gives you kind of think about it. But when it comes to consciousness, again, you know it as well as I do, that even with me being full of myself and doing some kind of research and thought about it, and all that stuff, it's all opinion of mine. Now I can be humble about it because I see a lot of gentlemen out there touting and beating their own drums as the know of all truth and all wisdom,
which can collect the
whatever it
resources
comes
of this gas
to
giant
science or to God or to
the
consciousness.
logistics vessel will come to pick up the cargo as long
Everybody
as you
likes
set
to
these
take sides
resources
because
as
taking
interstellar
side and
demand
sounding
and other
righteous
sites.
sells and motivates
To maintain
people.
the collector working,
So
the collected
a
resources
talk of
will be
certainty
transferred to energy in
and
the
a
first place.
talk of itself, a talk of wisdom and a talk, of kind of muddy understanding of the universe, it doesn't really sell. So if you want to sell books and create seminars to make money or get more listeners talking, you have to be a little more polemic. The truth of the universe and the answers of the universe are a little bit more fuzzy, and they lie in mystical spaces of both a heart and a mind. So I don't want to
totally agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree, and my intention is not to sell books or, make money doing this. My intention is to help unequivocally set the minds, the hearts, and the spirits of human beings free. Help to do that. I could never do that on my own. That is a free will decision of the people of this planet. That's what I want to see occur, because I want to see what the true potential of this species is, because the potential is not being lived. To a large extent, it's being squandered, and we're capable of so much more than even some of the great things that we have done. So much is being held back because many people are living in fear consciousness, and many people think that the answer to everything lies in control. And we have a totally controlled society that is working harder and harder, the people at the higher echelons of it, to dumb people down more and more and to cut them off from the examination of that eternal mystery. And yes, it is a mystery. That's why different traditions have referred to it as the mystery traditions. And look at the word mystery. Another thing we'll be doing is we'll be playing with something called green language. Green language is looking at a word in what it says phonetically. The mystery is my story. My story.
I think
My story. Not his story, which is his story. Whose story? Yeah, a male entity, right? The dominator consciousness, the opposer's consciousness, the oppositional consciousness, and a dominator. So history, they say it's written by the winner, right? The winner writes the history. Well, I would say it's written by the dominator. And the model that we call history, that is proposed as truth in our cultures, is only a skewed interpretation of events and factual evidence of what actually occurred. And what I'm trying to help people to get to the understanding of is that the answer is within. It does lie by examining the mystery of consciousness. You know, so and part of this does involve the notion of truth. Like I'm not of the opinion that there is no such thing as truth. Now maybe one could never become or know the totality of truth. I'm not arguing that any individual can know the totality of truth or what I would refer to as the mind of God. That is not what I'm arguing. I am arguing that we can come to enough of an accurate understanding of what is taking place both within us and around us to firmly and positively change the dynamic that we see playing out in our experience. That is what this show is about. We're trying to move people toward higher levels of awareness and consciousness to help them to understand the underlying causal factors that have brought us to this point in the game. If we want to go to a better shared reality, if we want to co-create,
I agree with that.
A better shared reality.
Am I there?
Yes.
Am I available? Sorry about that.
Yep.
I don't know if, and I agree. And again, the wonderful thing about humans is that we all believe our stories, and you know, and like, and a Greek philosopher named Socrates, perhaps by Harvard and the best institutions in the world, he was probably the best philosopher ever. He used to say, the one thing that I know is that I know nothing. And, you know, I want to say, so a lot of things that I will say, I believe them, I teach them, I write books, I give international seminars, and it's not much that I know about you, it's not much. I know that you're a man of that is for thirst, for knowledge, you know, and again, there's a lot of hints that God gives us, or the universe gives us, or the mystery gives us, in order to motivate us to go forward. But I say we all get caught in our own story. Talking about mystery, it is a Greek word. America took a lot of Greek words. It comes from the word mysterio. Just like history comes from the word historia. You know, all those words, and they are, you're right, you know, the strong, the winner, usually writes the history, but also, so is the loser. If you look at the wars or the realities between Greece and Turkey, or the Americans against the communists, everybody has their own story of what happened after each battle of ideas, or each battle on the fields of the battlefields of Rio. So we all tend to look at the history in our own ways. Wherever you think you're a victor, sometimes the victim turns it against you, and on and so forth. So I do believe, that we're going forward. We're going forward to a new dimension right now, but we're always going to be fighting about some things, like a Yankees and Red Sox, like a Democrats and Republicans. There's going to be there's not going to be a united church of people meditating, loving, kissing, and working next to each other. That's not what God wanted. I don't want to get up in a neighborhood where every day I get up out from the house, and I don't want to call up at the radio show where everybody tells me, you know, I love you, brother, and peace in you all the time, and I love you and peace. I agree with, you know, I don't like people pretending that we got no brains. You know, we're here through conversation, through argument, and through agreement, and through back and forth, push of species forward. The evolution is moving on, you know, and I agree that we're going to a place of better understanding about the mysteries of life. But also, you know, there's going to be a diversity in the world, and once you have a diversity in the world, you're going to have conflict. You know, that's why a lot of wars are made. That's why one house attacks the other house across the street, because they don't like the lifestyle or the way they live. Or that's why Dawkins attacked Deepak Chopra, and that's why Deepak Chopra attacks the church. And Deepak Chopra, which is supposed to be holier than God for a lot of people, attacks the Western medicine, calling them words like idiotic. In the same time, he says not to be judgmental, which makes him, in a way, idiotic. Because
well, see, I won't make the statement on this show that we shouldn't be judgmental. I think that discernment is what we need. And again, the thing that I'm modeling is that we can come into harmony. We can come into understanding of what is taking place and whether it serves our evolution in consciousness and moving it forward and expanding consciousness, which is the force that I am referring to as love. That's what love is according to the model that I'm working with here, and attempting to explain that as we come more into harmony with this unified way of seeing reality, the unified way of seeing ourselves together, that really there is only one consciousness here. It doesn't mean...
This is true. This is true. There is one consciousness, yeah.
Doesn't mean there needs to be a world government or a world religion. I would stand in total oppose. I would oppose those things completely, because I think that's a manifestation of people's desire to control other people and make them, force them to do what they want them to do, and, you know, be how they want them to be in the world. But what I'm talking about is getting out of dualistic consciousness, of looking at it as us versus them, as that for me to win, someone else has to lose. That doesn't have to happen. We can all manifest our desires here. We can all come into a more unified way of seeing reality and ourselves in it. Human beings' place in reality, okay? And we don't have to suffer according to the ways that we have been doing things, which is creating enormous self-inflicted levels of suffering, the likes of which we've never seen before. It doesn't need to be like this, is what I'm saying. And our worldview has a big determinant.
Well, a lot of people are talking about that, and you're right. And there is a part of us that is talking to us about that, and that part of us is the unity part of ourselves, because we all are brothers and sisters. We all came from the same point, and we're all going to go back to the same point. So we all in a commonality. You know, we all know. You know, I agree with you totally. And the other side is our fear and a greed and illusion of the ego. To a healthy degree, the ego is good. I mean, I like the differences between cultures and between foods and between traditions. You know, I don't mind if you feel proud or your mother feels proud about your accomplishments. You're a great speaker and you're doing some good work. If your mother is proud about that, that is the functionality of the ego, pride. There's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with that.
I'm not going to suggest during this show that the ego needs to completely go away, as a lot of new teachers.
Sure, because a lot of people do. A lot of people do just that. I know, and that's what makes you different. That's what makes you different.
Sure.
But we have to meditate. We have to meditate in loving consciousness without becoming fanatics. Because you know what? I know a lot of people that, you know, that preach one way and do another, including the church, including people from India. You know, they meditate on one hand, and the other hand, there are people that die in the slums, in poverty. They abuse the poorest people in the world. So on one hand, they talk about love, harmony, and then there is no more unjust nation than India. There, they have a caste test. Caste test means that if you're from you make so much money of such a social class, good, and then they call people the undesirables. I never heard of a nation calling people the undesirables. and they're claiming to be spiritual and to be holistic, because all this mumbo jumbo about unity comes from there, a lot of it. And then they're calling
the caste system is definitely dualistic consciousness. There is no question about it.
Yeah.
See, what we have to get to is understanding that the ego is a tool. It doesn't need to go away. It's a tool for us. It's how we express ourselves individually.
Sure.
Now, the tool, like a hammer, needs to be picked up and used in the service of the individual and then laid down when it is no longer required to be used. However, what the ego has done is set itself up in the house of the being, and says, I'm the ruler of this house now, and I'm not leaving here, and I'm going to run things the way I want to run things. That's the kind of ego that we need to get out of, and understand the ego is simply a tool for the individual expression of our unique consciousnesses that we need to express uniquely, but not get into the trap where the tool becomes the ruler of the house. Caller, thanks so much for your...
Thank you very much, and you're doing a good job. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. We have another caller. Okay, I'm going to go to another call. And if I actually have two more people calling in, so hopefully we could ride the show out on calls, and then maybe next week I'll start breaking down worldview. Let's go to the next caller. Here we go. Caller, you're on What on Earth is Happening.
What's up, Mark?
Hey, who is it?
This is Bob Tucker.
Hey, Bob, how are you, man?
I'm doing well, thank you. I just got done with Taco Tuesday.
Awesome. How was that? How'd that go?
It's great, because basically what it is it's a group of friends that host Taco Tuesday over at the house I garden at, and we get to use some of the produce for our tacos from the garden. It's a vegetarian day, so all of the people there are forced to eat vegetarian, and that's because we try to practice what we preach, and, you know, we decided to, you know, a good way to let people in on the vegetarian diet is by inviting them to dinner each week, and who can turn down tacos?
That's great. And good vegetarian tacos, if they're made really well, are absolutely delicious. I actually just had some great vegetarian tacos, and I'm going to throw a plug out there because, hey, it's my show, and I'll plug something if I want. I'll tell you, a friend of mine this weekend, his name is Michael, he brought my girlfriend and I to a vegetarian, a gourmet vegetarian restaurant in Philadelphia. This place is called Thoreau on Spring Garden Street between 10th and 11th. And I'll tell you what, nobody paid me to say this or to plug this place. This is one of the best restaurants I've ever eaten in, and the food was just dynamic, vibrant, and energizing. I couldn't even believe how the chef was like an artisan. He was just creating artwork. That's how good it was, and I never say that about restaurants ever.
Was it all vegetarian, Mark?
All vegetarian. I'm not somebody that gets really like crazy into food or you know, thrill seeks when it comes to food, but this place was head and shoulders above any place else that I've eaten, and it's all vegetarian.
That's exactly where I'm going to take you out to dinner when I fly into Philadelphia, Mark.
Great, man, great. You'll really enjoy it. And you know, I'm a strict vegetarian. I don't eat meat or fish, but I'm not like militant about it with other people. What I just basically talk about when I do talk about vegetarianism is that if we really want to see the suffering ended for human beings, I think that needs to include all forms of life. That's why I made the decision to become a vegetarian in my own personal life. So I think, in general, what we do to others is going to return to us and come back to us. I do believe in the law of balance or karma or however you want to word it. And I think that if humanity really wants to see human suffering ended, then we need to strive that all suffering for all beings be ended. And that's why I don't eat meat. So
yeah, I hear you. I'm not a militant. I'm not
No.
either. And I'm a vegetarian because it's so gosh darn easy to be, and there's so many delicious things that you can eat without having to as you say, put other beings through suffering. And it's a fact. Animals are sentient beings.
Sure.
Even the most, even the largest skeptics of vegetarianism are privy to the fact that animals are sentient beings. Now, Mark, what on earth is happening? Jeez, man. Well, tonight on Blog Talk Radio, Truth Be Told Radio will not be on Blog Talk, but we will be on RevolutionBroadcasting.com. So, thankfully, they're still going to carry our show.
Right.
What happened was, Mark, is the Skype Unlimited calling plan. Well,
right.
They basically told me that, it's not really unlimited. It's about 6 hours a day, and I went over my quota, so I can't dial into the switchboard. So I'm stuck.
That sucks, man.
Yeah, it's no biggie. I just have plenty of repeats, and a cool thing is, they'll get to hear what on earth is happening tomorrow in the archives because you're linked up to our archives anyway. So it's great. We don't care. As long as we got something good to listen to. So that being said, Mark, you're free to go here right until the end, up until the hour point. You can even go a little bit past if you like.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, it's good to hear you, and I figured I'd call up and let you know what was going on with our show tonight, and so you could keep going and going and going at it. You mentioned you have another caller, so I don't want to take away from that, but I don't see anybody on the switchboard.
Well, no, it looks like they hung up. I thought there was somebody behind you, but that's fine.
All right.
One of the I had something else on vegetarianism, but it slipped my mind. That's okay. But Bob, I always thank you for giving a call in and for everything you've done helping me out, and I'll be listening to your show later on Revolution Broadcasting.
Yeah, we'll be on RevolutionBroadcasting.com tonight. And, of course, we're glad to have your show on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 8 to 9.
Yep. Check out theylie.com. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Tustin.
Thank you so much.
You got it, Bob. Take care, man. All right, so we still have about 5 minutes left for this show. I think I will just give a brief intro to what I'm going to talk about next show. The last show, we really got into polarity and the differences between the forces, the basic polarities of love and fear. And we broke them down, and we talked about the internal manifestation of love, which we call dominion or sovereignty. We talked about the internal manifestation of fear, which we called confusion or opposition, okay? And then we talked about the external expressions of both of those forces. When love comes to a fruition, a expansion in the external reality that we share, we have freedom. And when love is absent and fear, the force of fear rules the consciousness of people, we get a condition called control. People wanting to externally control our lives and the lives of others. And that, if left unchecked, leads to something called slavery. And I'd suggest that we're very deeply into that polarity of fear, which is an illusion, which does not really exist in true reality. It is a forgetting of who we are. It is clinging to things that do not really serve us and who we are. And the more we engage in illusion, the farther we're going from the truth. The more we engage in truth, the more we dispel illusion and fear. So, as a very brief introduction to what I'm going to be talking about next show and really delving into, I'm going to be talking about the schism in the worldviews that we hold. The dichotomy between two basic worldviews, one which is a very left-brained, imbalanced worldview, and one which is a very right-brained, imbalanced worldview. So this schism in our psyches, and in our worldviews is what ultimately needs to be healed by coming to a third and integral way of viewing the world and ourselves in it. This third worldview, which I'll be explaining next time, is actually a combination of these other two polar worldviews. It's bringing them together. One is the thesis, one is the antithesis. So they're seeming polar opposites, even though they both represent big levels of imbalance in the psyche and in the human brain. But when we transcend that duality of these two worldviews, there is a third middle way that emerges, that shows us the way out of the suffering that we are seemingly trapped in. So I think I'll leave it there for now. Tune in next week, Tuesday at 8 p.m. I am Mark Passio, and this has been What on Earth is Happening. Check out my website, www.whatonearthishappening.com. Thank you, everyone, and good night.